So mixed doubles about to get started in the main draw. We've had action all morning as the qualifiers have been duking it out to try and get in to the main draw. Just 32 teams there now. Final shoe ties for all 4 individuals.
You know, the one advantage that Grambeau and Forsythe do have is that they're fresh and that they're warm, and they've been competing all morning. They're obviously going to be confident. They've won their matches to get here. So let's see if they can get off to a good start here.
So Ben Johns and Annalie Waters are facing into the sun, as that is a let serve. Grambeau will serve again. And quickly learns that middle is unavailable.
Yeah, might have pulled the trigger from a little too low there, but working out those nerves early on.
Forsythe working with the Selkirk paddle. Working alongside Selkirk now.
And we see Ben Johns on the first time he's touched the ball here, going for that 3rd shot drive, then crashing in immediately after. He's going to test the hands, looks like, of Grambeau early to see if she can handle his early offense here.
Switches on, and you saw the one-hand roll from Annalie Waters. She said she's been working on it anytime she gets over to the left.
Yes, known for her prowess with her amazing 2-handed backhand, but she's still adding in new tools to her game as well.
Beautiful off the bounce, falling out of it. Annalie Waters with the winner.
Such a visually disguised attack. Very rarely will people run around to play a backhand in that position and then pull it up their line.
The serve of Ben Johns, always talked about. Great power as well as depth. Again, work towards that drive. This time to the top of the net. A little miscommunication between Ben and Annalie, but it's all smiles out there.
They're still making it work, Cameron. Okay, Grambeau and Forsythe will definitely take that missed return. They are on the board here. Yeah, and those are the balls that, maybe it's not fully there, but when you're playing such a good team from Forsythe's perspective, you're wanting to thread the needle a little bit more anytime that you see any opportunity to be offensive. I understand the play.
Annalie Waters patrolling the middle of the court.
Yeah, it's a couple of the backhand flicks that he's missed. On that one, he was able to play with a little bit more margin over the net because Ben Johns was back. See if he can make that adjustment.
Same shot for Annalie Waters, and Forsythe is just smiling. He goes, man, seriously?
Well, and you heard me, Cameron, talk about my rule of 2, right?
Yes.
She did it once. I wouldn't have adjusted, but now he's going to have to look to cover the line when he sees her run around like that.
Ben Johns looking to fly in.
Yeah, good time for it. Just wasn't able to connect with that poach opportunity.
Missed return. Grambeau really working with the heavy slice return. She's getting to the kitchen line. Ben Johns with a near ace.
Yeah, and you already mentioned it, Cameron. He takes just a little bit more risk than a lot of the other players on the serve, even in doubles, to set him up for an easier next shot for him or his partner.
Nice job by Grambeau right there. She fended one off of her body well.
Second call for Dominic Schaefer and Sherry Spear on GSD. Second call, Dominic Schaefer, Sherry Spear for grandstand D.
Couple shots there from Ben and Anna Leigh. You saw the two-hand backhand from Ben Johns, new part of 2023 for him.
Yeah, he's looking to use that shot a little bit more in both doubles and singles. Yeah, and Forsythe and Grambeau right now are just struggling with neutralizing these points and getting all the way to the kitchen.
Yeah.
They were able to get there, but the shot that got them there, they were a little bit off balance. I'd like to see them get into a few more dink rallies if they can and see if they can work the point a little longer.
So tough. He looks like he's going for the ATP, but instead finds the middle of the court.
Yeah, Forsythe needed to take just one more half step to that middle, knowing that Johns has that ability to attack, off the bounce of the backhand.
Waters finds the court. Lots of space to work with.
Yeah, and it looked like Grambeau and Forsythe just not quite there with their communication. Looked like they were kind of fighting over that one a little bit. Left that court open for Anna Leigh to go back behind Forsythe there.
Trying to unwind the stack there, but game number one, 11-1 for the #1 seed.
Yeah, and I would say, if you're in the shoes of Grambeau and Forsythe here, obviously it's a Herculean task to take this team out, but I would just focusing on what you can control, working the fundamentals, and getting into more points for the game two here.
Ben Johns and Anna Leigh Waters taking game number one in mixed doubles. But coming up next, it's Michelle Esquivel and Tyler Loong versus Leigh Jansen and Travis Rettenmaier. Ben Johns with some nice lateral motion at the kitchen line.
Yeah, starting off game two a little bit more aggressive early, taking some chances, was able to get that attack through on Forsythe.
One hand for Anna Leigh Waters still working. Now, before the break, you mentioned you got to control what you can control. So what are the controllables if you're on the side of Grambeau and Forsythe?
Yeah, I think, keeping it simple mentally. I think when you focus so much on winning points, sometimes your shot selection can suffer. You get a little bit antsy trying to do too much at the wrong time. So I think when you're serving, it's just how can you get to the kitchen? You can do that by the traditional drop, or you can work more of a drive drop combo as a way to get there. When your opponents are back and you're returning, just making them work. Not necessarily never letting them get to the line, but feeling good about it if you've made them hit several good shots to get there.
Make them earn it a little bit more, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of shape off the paddle of Ben Johns, and Grambeau comes crashing in. Not necessarily a bad decision, but just a little bit of a misconduct there.
Yeah, and obviously they have to at some point make their move forward, and she decided to be aggressive. I didn't mind the decision, but you have to time that one really, really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Johns is being more aggressive with his court position than I've normally seen him in a first-round match. He's kind of known for feeling his way through a tournament, but he's bringing some of that bold court positioning to this match right out of the gate.
There's also something to be said about not spending as much time on the court, right?
Right.
I mean, when you have multiple matches in front of you, it's a little bit more helpful.
Yeah, there's a few different ways to look at the logic behind that.
Forsythe had a good read on it.
And again, to your point, you may be right. Maybe Johns is saying, hey, we don't want to spend too much time on the court. They are going for their double, triple crown again, like they did last tournament. That becomes a factor after a while.
Of course, Ben and Anna Leigh both winning triple crowns at the Masters event, like you mentioned, the Hyundai Masters event.
And Grambeau did well to get the serve back, but she was so off balance, working her way forward, just wasn't able to bring that to neutral and use her advantage as the returner.
cross court from Leigh Waters after the third shot lob from Ben Johns.
I was going to say, John's bringing some variety early here. We've talked about some new shots that each of them are using. Maybe the third shot lob in 2023 is one we'll see a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see.
You can see just the amount of depth on that. Kelsey Grambeau trying to fend that off. She's got her feet all the way up against the JW Marriott Desert Ridge side. So 8-0, Leigh Waters and Ben Johns bringing the pressure. Championship court with some big-time champions. Leigh Waters and Ben Johns, the #1 seed, now up 8-0 in game 2 over Kelsey Grambeau and Erik Forsythe, who came out of the qualifier early this morning. So a lot of pickleball has already been played, and it's only 10:20 local time. Oh, Kelsey Grambeau was ready for the speed up, but the combination of Ben Johns too much to handle.
Yeah, you know, I think he's realizing that his hand speed is so good that his initial speed up, even if it isn't perfect, he can kind of bail himself out with everything that he brings after that shot.
Gives himself a little bit more room for error.
Absolutely.
It's now match point. And the third shot lob from Ben Johns seals the deal. 11-1, 11-0. The #1 seed are the #1 seed.
Yeah, and you know, for Grambeau and Forsythe, they can still hold their heads high. They beat some good teams to qualify. And you know, Johns and Waters are capable of having a very decisive score line, even against some of the very top teams.
Right, well, we await the patterns as we await the play. This is the Carvana PPA Tour. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Thanks for hanging out with us. Leigh Jansen will get us started. Sun in the eyes, but ready to go.
Time in, 002.
Trying to slide a little more middle there and open up the left shoulder is Esquivel. You can see her just trying to steady herself.
Yeah, she's laughing a little bit. I don't know if she hit it as clean or where she was intending, but side out either way.
And quickly, you're seeing just how aggressive Rettenmaier is going to be in the middle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also the females, they've had early offense right at each other right out of the gate. We'll see if that trend continues.
Did you say aggressive play from the ladies? Because I think you're spot on.
Well, like I mentioned, since they're lined up in front of each other, it lends itself to attack one another a little bit more often. So far, it seems to be the game plan for both females here.
Well timed by Michelle Esquivel.
Yeah, she really turned on that two-handed backhand nicely.
Leigh Jansen was looking a little for the shake and bake with Travis Rettenmaier, who crashed in the boards. Crashed in the kitchen line, more or less.
Side out.
There's that cross-court dink battle you were mentioning.
Yeah, and Esquivel did a great job of hitting a heavy ball, putting Rettenmaier under a little bit more pressure to earn that error. And I really like that choice of Esquivel to hit her drop back behind Rettenmaier. He's pinching middle and leaning there so much. Sometimes just going to that backhand is, you know, not a bad idea.
Loong was all over that.
Yeah, Esquivel set him up nicely with a low third shot drive. Normally, Loong's going to be able to put that one away, I think.
I'm sorry, let me recall the score. 102.
Not sure. And it looks as if Leigh Jansen is aiming for that left shoulder of Michelle Esquivel right now.
And that's not a bad pattern for them. I mentioned Loong, you know, not as aggressive, you know, in those neutral dink rallies, more of a waiting to counterattack type player. I think Jansen has the ability to set up her attack against Esquivel a little bit more if she stays in that pattern for a while.
Rettenmaier getting the better of the firefight.
Yeah, Esquivel choosing to run around and play forehands there, but when you pop a ball up and leave that court positioning open, it exposes an attack up the middle.
Tough to apply pressure in that pattern if you're Leigh Jansen. Drive down the line on her backhand side.
1-1-1.
Of course, the drive coming from Rettenmaier. Misting from Leigh Jansen, but what an epic crowd to get our morning started. This place is packed at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Resort and Spa. Bounce not working in the favor of Tyler Loong.
Yeah, somewhat unconventional shot selection by Loong to play 3 drives in a row. You know, you do that if you feel as though your opponent can't handle the pace of your drive, but I think Jansen's going to be up to the task for that today. Nice job by Loong inserting himself, finding the outside hip of Jansen as he crashes to the middle there. Good placement on that attack.
Say Leigh Jansen did a nice job on the return, giving herself plenty of time to unwind the stack, but it still goes the direction of Esquivel and Loong.
Yeah, they're looking to send a lot of offense her way early on here.
Nice play by Travis Rettenmaier finding the backside.
Yeah, he sensed that Loong was leaning towards that middle, kind of wrong-footed him on the first one, was able to put the next one away.
1-4-1.
Tough right now. Leigh Jansen trying to drop up the line.
Yeah, Loong seems to be pinching more and more middle. We'll see if they keep him honest by going back behind him.
Michelle Esquivel gets wide and for the second time attacks the middle.
Yeah, threading the needle early, running around. And that's the advantage of running around to play dinks with the forehand. Sometimes you're more capable of pulling the trigger on the attack on that side.
Great play from Michelle Esquivel. Finds the middle and, like you mentioned, sends it to the backhand side.
Yeah, and she's being aggressive with her dinks right now. She's not content with just hitting a neutral dink and allowing Rettenmaier to take control of the point. Every time she plays a ball to him, she's putting him under pressure.
Well, plenty of pressure has been applied. Now the 13 seed.
6-1-1.
With another nice finish from Michelle Esquivel. A timeout. I'm wondering, is it drop location? Where might you find that drop in terms of Rettenmaier and Jansen when they get the serve back?
Yeah, well, they've mostly been driving to Esquivel. It hasn't been working yet. Loong's pinching more and more middle. I think you need to drop back behind him to keep him a little bit more honest early in these points.
Travis Rettenmaier doing a nice job. You can see him keep looking up into the sky, trying to figure out exactly if you can see what how bright the sun is in their eyes.
Yeah, overheads get a little more tricky when you're dealing with the sun. Yeah, nice volley by Rettenmaier there, finding the feet of Esquivel.
So now the ball back. We mentioned the drop location. Let's see where this ends up. Rettenmaier and Leigh Jansen find their second.
And a strong adjustment, just like you mentioned. They didn't choose to drop, but they did drive to Loong, and they drove to his backhand. I think you're going to get more of a neutral volley when you drive to that side, and it's going to give you an opportunity to get in on the next ball. Again, I think Jansen, and we kind of talked about this, by going too often to Esquivel early in the point, is just making that target smaller and smaller with Loong sliding over with his forehand in the middle.
2-6-2.
Second serve now. And again, there's the equation for success. They tried that early on in game number 1. However, it didn't work quite to the effective mark it has now. Again, it's all about setting things up, right? As Loong then finds the middle. And another
Point.
Yeah, a little bit of a gift there from Loong. He knows it. He was set up well. Good idea. Just unfortunately caught the tape for him there.
and finding the right side of Tyler Loong. Make it another point. It's 5-6.
Like we mentioned, he's leaning towards that middle with his forehand. Anything in the body or back to that backhand side, they've had some success with.
Side out.
Trying to slow the roll as Tyler Loong, after a 4-point run, gets Jansen and Rettenmaier back into this.
6-5-1.
Thank you, Net.
Second
Yeah,
serve.
Rettenmaier trying to be aggressive there and go deep to Loong, but hey, short for a winner will work too.
6-5-2.
And a good lead there by Jansen. Loong really trying to test her hands with multiple drives over to the Jansen direction.
That was a very
5-6-1.
timely hold for Jansen and Rettenmaier. And it works yet again. That Leigh Jansen backhand as she's crashing in. Well done.
No, she has a lot of offense in her game. Definitely
6-6-1.
capable of still bringing an offensive shot even when she's a little off that kitchen line.
And a missed return, so a lead change. Jansen and Rettenmaier now on top.
7-6-1.
And that's what you also have to be wary of, right? When you're dropping to that corner, Tyler Loong
And I
taking
think
the corner.
Obviously, yeah, that's why they've been reluctant to do that. I think the play that's been working for them is the drive, but the drive to Loong to his backhand. His paddle face is a little more open on that side. Most of the time, you're going to get a ball that comes up rather than down.
Yeah, Leigh Jansen right now looking for that exact same thing cross court.
Yeah, I think she's got to give herself a bigger target, not really needing to hit a winner on that ball, just trying to make him hit a volley that doesn't put you under too much pressure as a team.
It's tough to drive cross court like that as well. Got a little extra time. And I like the adjustment that you saw from Esquivel and Loong as well, making sure to get the ball over to Jansen so they don't have to deal with the Travis Rettenmaier drive. So it's one adjustment after another.
Yeah, it's
all
moves and counter moves out here.
All a game
Absolutely.
of chess. Travis Rettenmaier flying in.
And you see the anticipation, right? He left a lot of his own line covered. Look for Esquivel and Loong to make that adjustment to keep him a little more honest if he's freely going to slide to the middle.
Point.
I think Michelle Esquivel just getting caught a bit there in motion.
Yeah, and Rettenmaier seems to be putting a little more on his dinks as well, really keeping her under pressure so that she can't be as aggressive with her own soft game.
Great footwork from Travis Rettenmaier.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, in the pre-match conversation about how Jansen really wants an aggressive male partner that can slide over there and take those forehands. Rettenmaier right on cue for her.
Speaking of Travis Rettenmaier sliding in, there's another.
Yeah, and I'd like to see Esquivel, when she plays that attack up the middle, open it up a little bit more with a few more aggressive dinks back behind Rettenmaier to make him think that that's an option as well.
Well, it was all Tyler Loong and Michelle Esquivel to start. Take a look now at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open presented by Foot Solutions as who's coming up next. It's Anna Bright and Riley Newman versus Etta Wright and Rafa Hewett. So your first look now at Newman and Bright. But again, back on championship court, it's Michelle Esquivel, Tyler Loong facing off against Leigh Jansen and Travis Rettenmaier. It was all Esquivel and Loong to start, but it's definitely a different story now.
Yeah, after the first time out from Jansen to Rettenmaier, I believe they've gone on a 9-point run to put them in a position to have game points here.
That's good math. That's exactly right. 9 points. Great adjustment from Esquivel and Loong.
Yeah, she went back behind Rettenmaier, but it wasn't just trying to blast power through him. Again, it was calculated dinking that really put him off balance there.
Started to get more aggressive with the Ernie, but game number 1 going to the 20 seed. 11-6. Fantastic adjustments middle of the game. Found game number 1 over Esquivel and Loong after some mid-game adjustments. We'll get into a few more of those and what could be here in game number 2. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Just out, says Michelle Esquivel. So you talked about dinking to the backhand side of Tyler Loong. The next question is, how do you still neutralize the Ernie that you might see from him on that side?
Yeah, I think if the ball is coming from cross court, it's a much more complicated Ernie. So obviously you're going to be very selective, dinking or going back behind him if you're lined up in front of him. But I think you can test him a bit if you're cross court from him of dinking it there. But we talked about the drive to him was really the effective shot.
Yeah.
Kind of working that drive-drop combo to get their way in.
Right now, Esquivel's taking some shots at the right side of Leigh Jansen, but she's opening up her body well and finding her big forehand.
1-1-1.
To your point, that cross-court dink not allowing for Loong.
Yeah, Loong doing a really nice job of using the one-handed backhand flick. He doesn't opt for that one very often, but executed nicely on that one.
I'm sorry, let me recall the score. 1-1-2.
You heard the stay call based off the return from Michelle Esquivel.
Yeah, they wanted to unwind the stack and get their forehands in the middle, but the quality of the Rettenmaier serve just didn't give Esquivel the time to get over there.
And that's what I was wondering in terms of another adjustment. So if you want to stay away from the cross-court dink, if you're Esquivel and Loong, what if you dink middle? And that ball, it's still cross-court, but not as far cross-court to engage the Ernie.
Yeah, and these are the little tiny adjustments that these players make. They're going to probe, they're going to try different locations and stick with what works, absolutely.
Michelle Esquivel looking to speed up middle there, just missing long.
4-1-2.
Michelle Esquivel is everywhere.
She fought off an absolute onslaught of attacks from Rettenmaier and Jansen. Well done by Esquivel. Big point for them.
1-4-1. Point.
Yeah, excellent location on the drive there from Loong. Jansen knew it was coming to her, but anytime you can get the outside hip, players are often leaning towards covering the middle there.
Great play from Travis Rettenmaier right there. I love the backhand overhead.
Yeah, putting the athleticism on display. But to me, the difference in this match is Loong and Esquivel haven't made the adjustment of keeping Rettenmaier honest like Rettenmaier and Jansen did to Loong. That won them game 1. We'll see if Loong and Esquivel can kind of give them a taste of their own medicine here.
Side out.
Yeah, Rettenmaier appears to just still be freely kind of owning that middle. Hasn't had to play enough shots on that backhand side yet.
4-2-1.
Corner pocket for Leigh Jansen.
Yeah, it looked like Esquivel was trying to go back behind Rettenmaier there, just left that dink just a little bit high.
5-2-1.
And for the second ball in a row, Travis Rettenmaier able to volley.
Yeah, early offense from Jansen and Rettenmaier. Whether they're dropping or they're driving, they're really committing to their forward pressure as a unit, and it's been very effective for them so far.
A great save from Rettenmaier as you see the expression on his face, but an even better play on the side of Loong and Esquivel.
Yeah, great job being able to pull this ball back around to go up Jansen's line there by Esquivel. Showing some of the fast hands there by Rettenmaier, and also his length and his ability to lean in is giving some problems to Esquivel here. Well done by Rettenmaier.
There's the Ernie.
And that's why they've been somewhat reluctant to drop to that side. Really impressive by Loong. It looked like it was open, but he quickly closed the gap there with the Ernie.
Yeah, look at that, how quick those feet are moving for Tyler Loong. And Michelle Esquivel says no good.
Yeah, she was sitting on that one. She knew that she didn't put a whole lot on her dink. She had her paddle up and ready, expecting the attack from Jansen, was able to counterattack nicely.
3-7-1.
A little too much of that one.
Yeah, I love the shot by Esquivel to go back behind Rettenmaier there, but she had a neutral ball. I'd rather just see her play that safe, get to the kitchen line and neutralize that point first before she pulls the trigger.
Great combination, Michelle Esquivel, fill in the middle.
Yeah, so often when you attack, it isn't the initial attack that wins you the point. It's being ready for the recounter. She knew right where that was coming. Well played.
Side out.
Right on the toes of Tyler Loong. I missed a call there. Should have been
7-4-1.
Tyler Loong's toes might be a little too Loong. Bad joke, sorry.
Loong showing off the scorpion at one time in that play. That's where you take the forehand side and bring it to the opposite side of your body.
Michelle Esquivel.
Well, if you're Esquivel and Loong, that came just in time for them to get the ball back here. Serving 4-7, need to make a run here.
Point.
Trying to unwind. There's the backhand side of Travis Rettenmaier.
5-7-1.
Nice return.
Yeah, trying to catch them again, unwinding that stack. Just didn't look like he was able to perfectly get his feet set as well as he would have liked to.
She looked for the play. Go
and
ahead.
That's the right play. I was going to say she missed it, but she opened up the middle by her previous shot of rolling her dink out wide. So I feel like that's the pattern that they're going to have to find. She's going to have to hit 1 or 2 dinks out wide to set her attack up. And I think if she does that, her attacks are going to be much more effective.
Finding another ball now as one has been lost into the massive crowd that surrounds Championship Court. Every corner of this place is filled. And Leigh Jansen with a smart dink there, testing the middle.
Yeah, she went right to that inside foot of Esquivel. Maybe she could have taken it out of the air, but just got a little confused by it. And once your weight starts going back, you're definitely on defense.
Point.
Leigh Jansen earning a 3rd shot drive.
Yeah, certainly a makeable volley from Loong. He's a little frustrated with himself. But again, when they find that backhand side, there's a big difference on what Loong is capable of as far as putting them under pressure.
Time in. 9-5-1. Point.
Yeah, just looked like Esquivel just barely overcooked that one long. Looks like we're going to have our first match point here for Rettenmaier and Jansen.
Out of bounds, Jansen and Rettenmaier. The lower seed coming up strong, 20-13. A new partnership with a strong start. Have set their rotation to this point. Anna Bright on the right, Riley Newman on the left. So we were wrong. Interesting.
Okay, all right.
We'll see. They warmed up on
us a
opposite
curveball.
sides. Hey, maybe a little gamesmanship to get started.
You never know.
Point.
Nice slide from Anna Bright. Anna Bright, of course.
Okay, and it looks like they're playing straight up here.
Oh, even better. Sorry, I get excited about pickleball stuff.
Well, you know,
like,
the
they're gotta
advantage of
figure it
playing
out.
straight up is it's not going to give your opponents the same look every time. So they're going to have to always be aware of what shots are open, you know, at which point during the point.
Yeah, you knew that spelled trouble immediately as Anna Bright took a step back and just unleashed on Rafa, Hewett, and Etta Wright.
Yeah, that's her signature shot, that powerful two-handed backhand.
Side out.
Long on the serve.
1-0-1. Point.
Certainly a makeable ball from Wright there. Got the one that they wanted. I'm sure she'll clean that up as the match progresses.
Point.
Hewett showed great hands earlier in that point to fend off the attack from Anna Bright, but just a little short on the dink there.
3-0-1.
You got a ball on the court. I wonder if this might be a replay. I don't know if it bugged anybody or not.
Point.
Okay, looks like they
they're gonna
are
get the
going to
point.
award the point to...
May not have distracted them, but it distracted me.
Point.
And I think Anna Bright got away with one right there.
Yeah, Wright's had a couple of forehands that have been high, just wasn't able to catch up with that one.
Point.
Yeah, Hewett trying to hook that, that lefty forehand back across his body. That's one of his signature shots. Just got a little ambitious with going too close to the line there.
Second serve.
Riley Newman, maybe still shaking off the Aussie beach that he was just sitting on. Took a trip to Australia, teaching some pickleball out there.
Yeah, helping grow the game all over the world. Okay, big side out here from Wright and Hewett. Let's see if they can get on the board.
Doing everything she can to dig those balls out, but Riley Newman just continues to add the pace.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to get to neutral very often here. Riley Newman really making his presence known in the middle with that long reach.
Beautiful posture from Anna Bright.
Yeah, Hewett really testing the hands of Bright there, but she's known to have some good ones. He may need to work the point a little longer. Not easy to put the ball away against Bright and Newman. Excellent defenders, but great angle there by Hewett.
6-0-2.
And that's the Riley Newman shot that he rarely misses. The load up and hold.
Yeah, expect to see him go to that a couple of more times, knowing that it is the Hewett backhand on the line there.
Second serve.
Yeah, Wright, one of the few women that's very comfortable hitting that one-handed backhand flick. Just wasn't able to look like she hit the correct location that she was going for on that one.
Point.
Missed return, just a few inches. So on the board.
1-6-2. Side out.
Also important to note, we do have a switch in ball from the last event for these athletes.
6-1-1.
The MLP Mesa Championship.
Point.
Curious to know how much that's affecting athletes, as they did have several days to prepare and switch back.
Yeah, it's a lot of pickleball, but I think, you know, for the most part, they're used to being on the grind here.
The cross-court speed up, plenty of pace off the paddle of Anna Bright.
Yeah, she was able to find that dominant kind of hip shoulder area of Wright. She wasn't able to fully get the spacing and be able to convert on that volley.
A lot of conversation around that woman right there, Etta Wright, coming over to the pickleball world with such an incredible paddle and racket background, having played just about anything possible under the sun in that regard. Badminton, tennis, ping pong.
Great play there by Hewett. But to your point, we talk about pickleball being a blend of so many other racket sports. Having, you know, a high racket sport pedigree certainly helps.
It's a great example of Etta Wright reaching in there on that backhand side, but not able to put that ball back up the line. She kind of forced in that cross court with how extended she was on the reach.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hewett still trying to attack slightly cross court to Anna Bright. Hasn't been effective so far.
hand that up to the Anna Bright backhand. That has a warning label written all over it.
Yeah, when you hit those flick attacks, you inherently have to go a little bit higher, but when your opponents are ready to get on top of those balls, it's point over most of the time.
Second
So
serve.
the question is, where do you aim?
Yeah, exactly. Well, sometimes if your opponents can cover the high flick attacks, you just don't flick.
Yeah.
And you wait to have a ball a little higher for you that you can hit more of a level shot.
Riley Newman says, I got the right side covered, don't you worry.
Yeah, you see how comfortable he is planting himself in the middle of the court, really daring his opponents to go back behind him, getting involved well there.
That was a great play till Rafa Hewett, until it wasn't.
It was a great job covering the first one, which was a good attack by Anna Bright. Set himself up for the overhead, and he definitely wants that one back.
10-1-2.
Game point.
Point game. 11-1.
Bright and Newman, 11-1.
Change ends.
Etta Wright and Rafa Hewett, don't get me wrong, are a deadly duo to have to face, but Anna Bright and Riley Newman just played clean.
Yeah, they really didn't do too much. I don't think that's as well as Wright and Hewett can play, but you know, Newman and Bright took advantage. They didn't have to do too much, and we'll see if adjustments can be made in the next game.
This is mixed doubles on the Carvana PPA Tour. Fantastic conditions for the second day of action
0-0-2.
here at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Resort and Spa.
Point.
And like you mentioned in game number one, Kyle McKenzie sitting next to me, flattening out that attack.
Yeah, starting with some early
1-0-2.
offense, was able to keep that drive low, put enough pressure on the first volley, and take advantage of the next one.
Point.
Yeah, nice footwork by Wright there to kind of straddle that kitchen line and make it very hard for her opponents to find her backhand.
2-0-2.
Love that play.
Hewett closing in.
And I love that choice by Hewett. I was going to talk about adjustments they need to make.
3-0-2.
He does need to go back behind Riley Newman every now and then, kind of set his offense up with that shot.
Incredible dig from Rafa Hewett and the close by his partner.
And you see the tempo change. They're really moving well together.
4-0-2.
Seems to be playing very free, and it's working so far here in game two.
Forehands from the inside to the outside. It doesn't matter right. And Hewett find another.
Hewett is doing such a good job of attacking with that two-handed backhand, keeping it low to the net, putting pressure on the volley of Anna Bright.
Time
The
in.
timeout had to be taken on the side of Bright and
5-0-2.
Newman. 5-0 now. Wright and Hewett.
Side out.
And this is what's challenging too. When you got somebody playing straight up, trying to come up with a scouting report, technically you need two.
Exactly, and that's why it's, again, it adds to the versatility of this team of Newman and Anna Bright.
Rafa.
I'm not even sure what was the most difficult contact in that entire rally, because each one of these athletes had a beautiful contact at one point or another.
And look at the tempo of the kitchen points being played right now. They are at full speed, everybody looking to dictate and be the team that's in control.
Second serve.
Definitely got enough of that one.
One, 5-2. Point.
Great first volley by Wright to stay alive. She got caught a little late unwinding the stack, but then ultimately
2-5-2.
unable to finish off with the forehand there.
A little extra sauce on that one from Hewett.
Yeah, got a little help from the net, but it did look like his intention was to wrong foot Newman and go back behind him. I think it would have worked even if it wouldn't have hit the net, to be honest with you.
Fair, fair.
5-2-1.
5-2 now.
Second serve.
Yeah, great location from Newman on that first attack on Hewett. Hewett known for having some great hands himself, but was able to
5-2-2.
chicken wing him on that dominant shoulder.
Newman taking a shot, the former Division I tennis player out of Seattle University.
And I'd like to see Wright hit a few intentional dinks to Newman in that cross-court pattern. I don't think it's going to be easy for Newman to fire an attack because he has Rafa Hewett in front of him, who he knows has very good hands. So I think if she worked the point a little bit longer, it might not be a bad play for them.
That's a great call by you. Rafa Hewett says, yeah, baby.
And you see Riley Newman sliding in front of his partner, coming all the way over, but Hewett ultimately able to hit it right on that line, up his line.
2-5-2.
It was interesting. Anna Bright kind of sliding back, finding the middle there.
Point.
Cheeky from Riley Newman.
Yeah, we mentioned he may try that one again.
3-5-2.
With it being Hewett's backhand side, he doesn't have quite as much reach, a little more room for him to go up the line there.
And that's the second one on the side of Wright and Hewett.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered for Hewett and Wright to stop the run of
You're like, what do I got to do? Come on. 5-3.
Second serve.
I was just low off the Newman paddle.
Yeah, Hewett known for having a lot of offense in that mid-court transition zone, just wasn't able to time that one correctly.
Thank you very much, says Anna Bright.
Yeah, excellent adjustment. Knows that when Newman plays that dink out wide, that the natural dink is right up her line, and she takes it away from Hewett there.
Nice timing from Anna Bright.
Point.
Riley Newman stepping in.
Yeah, I think Hewett, in hindsight, would have been better off kind of hooking that ball back cross court. Newman read that attack very well.
Second serve. Four, 5-2.
Etta Wright, almost in self-preservation mode there from her own partner.
Yeah, Newman was trying to catch Etta Wright moving as they were unwinding the stack. Great anticipation by Hewett there to cut that ball off and make it a forehand volley for himself.
5-4-1.
Riley Newman so quick, but Rafa Hewett continues.
Yeah, the ball was so far out wide. Hewett knew Newman was going to be going around the post, so he was there. Great defense, and then able to get on top of the point on the next one.
Second serve.
Yeah, Newman making it so tough for Wright to get in. She appears to be wanting to play every ball to Anna Bright, but
6-5-2.
Newman is all the way over there. I'd like to see her go back
6-4-2.
behind him to give herself some space.
Side out. Four, 6-1. Second serve. Four, 6-2.
And you see the hand speed of Anna Bright and Riley Newman. But what set that up was an excellent dig early in that point by Anna Bright to extend that point for her team.
And again, it's just so incredible to watch these two going back and forth from right to left, both just affecting Hewett and Wright in so many different manners. The question now I have with Etta Wright doing such a nice job, Rafa Hewett giving so much love to his partner right now, is do you see a better pattern in terms of Newman and Bright?
Oh, it's right after this point here. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Wright has, her hands are warmed up, right? So I think that they've tested her a lot. They've tried to go through her. I think if they work the point and just are a little bit more selective with when they bring the offense, they'll just be a little bit more efficient.
Side out.
It's taking about 3 or 4 for the ball to fall after overhead and attack on the side of Bright and Newman.
Second serve. Six, 6-2.
It seems as if right now it's taking the 3rd or 4th shot just to get the ball down, but wild defense on display on both sides of the net.
Yeah, the male players for each team are being extremely aggressive on their fourth balls with their court positioning, and each team is struggling to get to that kitchen line because of that.
Well, and that's one way you can try and open things up. You just mentioned the aggressive play from both of the fellas.
Yeah, trying to drive back behind Riley Newman is going to be a lot tougher than just playing a softer shot. Easier to open up the angle when you reduce the pace.
To your point, Etta Wright just not able to come up with the 5th ball.
Yeah, unfortunately, still you're looking for them to play that from a lower position. Ball was high enough for Riley to take a full swing with that two-handed backhand.
That seemed like it was a necessity for Rafa Hewett.
Yeah, trying to go back behind him, but again, he did it at the time where he was out wide and Newman kind of knew or was sitting on that attack up his line.
Rafa Hewett has had a few of those slight chicken wings where he's actually picking the ball up off the ground.
No, doing well to make their opponents continue to play, but you see the poaching ability from Newman is really being the difference right now here in game 2.
Rafa Hewett showing his chops. A little different, a speed up right there from Hewett.
And I like both him and Etta Wright played 2 intentional dinks cross court to the backhand of Riley Newman to set up that pop-up.
Point.
Just missed time.
9-6-2, 1 minute. Correct. Correct. 1 timeout remaining. Time in. 9-6-2. Point.
The prowess of both Newman and Wright and some of those hand battles is just so phenomenal to watch.
Well, and where they're unique is they can win a lot of those battles even when they're slightly in a worse court positioning than their opponents. Yeah, these athletes are really showing that doubles is extremely needed to be an athletic sport, absolutely, at the pro level.
Much needed side out for Wright and Hewett. That just popped up off the paddle of Etta Wright.
Yeah, Riley Newman's length, his ability to lean in, really making it a small target for them to find a ball to move forward on.
Side out.
And a quick side out, so a hold, 2 balls.
10-6-1. Point game match.
Number 3 takes the match. 11-1, 11-6. Hannah Bright and Riley Newman look oh so dangerous.
Yeah, it was our first glimpse at them as a partnership, and I think it's as advertised. They're certainly a team to look out for. Excited to see them compete this year on the Carvana PPA Tour.
So in terms of looking for a drop when they are on offense, we'll call it, with the serve, where should the Johnsons maybe look to either drive or drop the ball on that third?
Yeah, great question. I would actually say, and maybe the pickleball world is going to call me crazy.
No.
I think the drive-drop combo is a really smart play here, meaning you drive, but not for the intention of winning the point or crashing in and shake and baking. You drive just to get a neutral volley to make an easier drop on the next one, and I would actually go to Johns' backhand with that. He's more apt to punch his backhand volley, whereas Annalie Waters is taking more of those short, compact swinging volleys, which will put more pressure on your next ball.
Okay, so maybe look for the third shot drive, fifth shot drop on the side of the Johnsons. Here we go. Both these ladies are playing well outside the court. I think Georgia Johnson may have played an out ball.
I think she was being a little bit generous. Did a great job playing the ATP. Looked like she maybe played one a little wide, but credit to her sportsmanship for making sure she saw it well.
And that's the one you miss. That's the tough part.
It's always frustrating to get such great ones back and then miss a very makeable ball.
Side out.
Yeah, great job by J.W. Johnson leaning in. Really doesn't need a lot of space to be effective with that backhand flick, one of the shots he's known for.
Second server.
Yeah, just a really assertive dink by Waters there. See how she pushed that outside the stance of Johnson. Percentages always go down if you don't have your body behind the shot.
Side out.
Side out on the side of Annalie Waters and Ben Johns.
Second call, Christopher Williams. Marcus Lund for Grandstand Alpha. Williams 1, GSA.
Patty cake. JW finishing it out.
It's not very often that in the middle of the point, everybody's kind of having a little chuckle out there, but I saw some smiles on everybody's face.
They're just having fun now. Ben Johns just smiling through and through.
J.W. Johnson almost sarcastically putting his hands on the air after the missed serve there.
Second server.
Yeah, Johnson had one to work with. Tough to take that ball cross court, but obviously tough to attack Ben Johns up his line as well. Yeah, another play that Waters has added into her game. More and more comfortable on that right side, looking for the Ernie, trusting that her partner has that middle for her.
Second serve.
Second serve now for Ben Johns.
2-0-2.
Still up by 2.
Second call, Adam Mitchell, Joe Criggs, Joseph Wild, Ryan Watterson.
Yeah, I got Georgia Johnson pushed out wide as she cuts that ball back instead, leaving it high in the middle.
Yeah, she's doing a great job of staying in the pattern with Waters, but Waters is, like you mentioned, having a lot of success when she just goes a touch wider. She's getting that pop-up from Johnson right now.
Few different ways to handle the forehand roll of Annalie Waters. It's not easily done, but you mentioned she able to push the ball wide in that last rally. Georgia Johnson with the nutmeg.
Yeah, showing off some athleticism there.
But one of the ways that you can try and slow down that forehand roll is a tool that Georgia Johnson does possess, short hopping that ball back, but requires a great deal of touch.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I mentioned, I think she's pretty comfortable with that. She's been getting a lot better on the right side. And it appears she's not giving up too much court positioning. She's just doing well right now in those cross-court battles. Just the score hasn't reflected it so far.
Georgia Johnson takes a shot at the backhand side. Heads up, everybody.
And that'll be the kind of the problem to solve in this match is when she does get a forehand to sink her teeth into, where does she take it? I like how she dropped the head of her paddle to be able to hit that medium pace attack at Johns and was ready for the next one.
Well, and you know the ball's coming back, so the question is your preparation after the speed up, right? What's taking place before, or excuse me, before that next contact?
Yeah, I'd like to see her speed the forehand up and then instantly look for a backhand counterpunch, as that's the likely location if Johns punches it back at her.
Bit of a unique speed up there from Ben Johns. It works in his favor, but he did take a good step off the kitchen line.
Second call from Matthew Beeser, Barrett Schultz on court 25. Second call, Matthew Beeser, Barrett Schultz.
To JW's credit, he got both Annalie Waters and Ben Johns backed up about 2 or 3 steps off the kitchen line, but with dinks.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of moving the ball around. Both of the Johnsons are at this point. They're keeping Ben Johns and Annalie Waters honest and not giving him the same shot over and over. I hope they continue that trend.
So far working out well for them as the score is 4-4. Annalie Waters. That's so dirty.
We saw that play a couple times in her first round match. It really doesn't look like there's that much space there. Really thread the needle beautifully there.
6-4 now. Make it 7. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, those definitely hurt a little bit more when you fought to get this point, this game one even.
Foot fault, JW Johnson.
Yeah, he's trying to be big on those fourth balls and lean in. Looks like he just caught his toe on the line there.
8-4. It was 4 apiece, but a 4-point run for the #1 seed. Water and John's going to force a timeout at the hand of the Johnsons. Season, more prize money, more athletes than ever before playing professional pickleball. Nice closeout from JW Johnson. And it's interesting, I looked at some head-to-head between JW Johnson versus any other opponent with Ben Johns, including Annalie Waters or Catherine Parenteau, and the number of times J-Dub has got the better in a mixed matchup versus Ben Johns. As Annalie Waters comes crashing in, that's where you got to be careful with that fourth ball. He's done it twice, once in the back draw at the PPA Atlanta in 2022. JW with a nice earning.
Really tough to do when the ball is with your opponent cross court. Really had to time that one well. Great anticipation.
Again, J-Dub having won alongside Simone Jardim in a game to 15, and also once before with Paris Todd. Not many people can say they have a win over Ben Johns in any regard, so that's rather impressive.
Yeah, we talked about him being one of the certainly rising, if not already established stars in the pickleball game. He has the skill to really push this dominant team.
That's a nice shot with the switch from the Johnsons.
Yeah, they're kind of forced into changing formations there, but they made it work.
5-9.
6-9-2 now.
And we saw a timeout taken from the Johnsons just a minute ago when they started getting down a few points. And you can take timeouts for a couple of reasons. Sometimes you need to change your tactics. Others is just to catch your breath and change the momentum. I like how they came out tactically, and we're seeing more of the same.
Well, you just tossed up a T-ball to me. So you said you like the way they came out tactically. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing moving the ball around. They're not fearing Ben Johns so much to where they won't play to him. He's so good in an off-the-ball role, meaning he's always disconnecting. His partner's playing the majority of the dinks. When you can force him to be on the ball a little bit, not that he's going to give you a lot of errors, but it just doesn't allow him to poach so freely.
And a much-needed hold on the side of JW Johnson and Jorga Johnson.
Again, JW Johnson showing that he's able to generate offense with a tiny amount of space with that backhand flick.
Seen J.W. Johnson on the last 2 days. He just tosses his hands right there going, well, with a defensive lob. And it worked in his favor.
Yeah, seemed very casual with it, but maybe he knows something that I don't know because was able to get a little miscommunication from his opponents on the next one.
I also think they've handled force pretty decently in terms of J.W. Johnson and Jorga.
Second serve.
Annalie Waters taking a shot there.
Yeah, well measured.
7-9-2.
Nice reach just at the last second, fully outstretched for JW.
So good at generating a lot of pace and spin at the last second just by flicking his wrist.
That's an early take from Jorga Johnson.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the counterpunching on the other side is just too good to be able to take an attack lower than the net very often.
Wow, the JW ball off the bounce to keep Ben John's back. The amount of pace right there with the flick, that was beautiful.
Yeah, he's hitting it with good power, but also it's a heavy ball with a lot of spin, really letting that spin dictate and explode off the court.
Just a fantastic read right there.
Now she's able to see the body languages. When she sees the shoulder of J.W. Johnson dip, she knows he's going to have to hit up on it, and that's her moment to cut off that angle for the poach.
Just a fantastic read. Cross-court, cross-body from Jorga.
That was a very creative attack and really surprised Annalie Waters to hit her right hip. It's a pretty small target to hit that from a cross-court angle.
8-10-1.
High risk, high reward. They keep trying to push Jorga wide. Both were on that in terms of Annalie and Ben.
Yeah, again, it's a tough job for Jorga Johnson right now because she's getting most of the balls hit to her, and she's got to figure out some opening for her offense.
Back-to-back dink errors from Jorga Johnson. She did get them to the kitchen line very well with two beautiful drops. Meanwhile, it is game point for the #1 seed. And a body bag.
Yeah, and a great shot setting that up by Jorga Johnson, realizing that Johns was still moving and going right at him with a step back force shot.
By JW, but takes a shot and wide. But the Johnsons putting a little push on the Waters in game #1.
But if you're a fan, you know, of the brother and sister duo of Jorga and JW Johnson, a lot of things to like. I thought what was promising is they didn't seem to play outside their style or comfort zone, and they made it very, very close. So a lot of their offense came organically. We'll see what translates here in the second game. And that's just a couple of times where you don't see this very often, but Ben Johns and Annalie Waters had just a little miscommunication to that ball dinked to Annalie Waters' inside foot. She's not sure if Johns is going to take that or if that's her ball.
I think everyone's just sitting there. You might as well just start counting sheep while you're looking up, going 1, 2, as that ball just stays up on the lob.
You know, one thing, when you do play those lobs really, really high, it does give your opponents just enough time to think about it. It's not easy to put those overheads away.
Nope. Jorga Jansen.
So good by Jorga Jansen. If there's one adjustment that she can make, it's just this. Hitting more of those medium pace attacks back behind Ben Johns or sometimes right into the body might be a good choice to keep him honest. You're not going to get a lot of high balls that you can crush, but if you can flick body shots on him, oftentimes he will just block.
Second serve.
Georgia apologizing to J-Dub, saying, sorry, bro. Jorga Jansen checking the ball an extra second there. That's tough, trying to take the pace off from the extension of J.W. Jansen.
Yeah, good shot by Waters there, going up the middle. A little confusion as to whose ball it was, and popped up for a Jansen finish. It's too bad to see the overhead miss by J.W. Jansen there. Their team did such a good job of opening up the court by going back behind Johns, dictating, but just unable to come up with the final kill shot there.
And Georgia going to pick up her brother just a little bit there. He actually ended up, I think, biting his finger in frustration, just saying, come on, like it's right there on my paddle.
Yeah, when you work that hard to get ahead, it's tough to miss the easy one there.
I will say, too, one of the interesting things is they finally found the ball in the crowd is J.W. Jansen at times when he's played mixed, there's been conversation about him covering middle and maybe not being aggressive enough in terms of inserting himself into a match. However, I think in this matchup to this point, he's been rather aggressive and picked his spots well, especially in game number 1.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he needs to adjust really doing anything different. I think he's riding that line pretty perfectly right now. Just more of the same for him. It's just execution at this point.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Side out.
So a side out again. And the ball is gone yet again.
Looks like they're going to have to change balls here. There's always a science behind that. Do you go for the one that's kind of scuffed up, the brand new one?
Brand new. What do you do?
Well, I like offense, so I usually like them brand new. Shorten up those points.
1-1-1. Second serve.
That ball's gone again as well.
And that's why, you know, the male players often lean and try to be big in the middle. If there's anything that they can reach with their forehand, they're going to win a high percentage of those points starting with that attack.
Side out.
Couple tough dinks the direction of J.W. Jansen.
Yeah, right at his feet. He was a little indecisive about what he should do with that ball and wasn't able to get the spacing with his body there.
A different speed up, but well covered.
Yeah, and I actually like the speed up from Jansen there. She held it long enough to avoid the Johns forehand, but that's the challenge with this team. Annalie Waters was right there with that beautiful two-handed backhand.
Second serve.
Second serve now, Annalie Waters. 2-1.
2-1-2.
She had the right idea, but I think may have found the video board just adjacent to the court.
Yeah, it did look like there was enough angle for her to do that. Just wasn't able to straighten out that that ATP there.
Point.
Few errors now on the side of the Johnsons.
Called by the receiving team at 4-1-2.
They played pretty clean, low error pickleball in game number 1, but a few just on the side of the Johnsons right now.
Yeah, you hate to make the early error there. You want to at least make your opponents hit a couple of good shots to bring the point to neutral before you make the mistake. So that's uncharacteristic for J.W. Johnson, but he has to still look to be aggressive with those balls and put them under pressure.
J.W. Johnson looking to get a little more aggressive. Annalie Waters and Ben Johns proving why they are the #1 seed, facing off against the deadly duo of the Johnsons.
4-1-2. Side out.
And of course, Ben and Annalie, winners from the Hyundai Masters event, the first stop on the 2023
1-4-1.
Carvana PPA Tour.
Second call, Regina Franco-Butler, Houston Alshon. Pablo Tillman, Sarah, please go to court line. Goldberg, Alshon. Tillman, Ainsbury, court line, thank you.
Even when Annalie Waters thought the point was over, her partner found the extension. But you also see the tough visibility on the side of J.W. Johnson. There was a lob that came his direction. He actually waited to play that down by his hip in the middle of the point.
Yeah, you wonder if he just plain couldn't see it until the ball dropped lower. Normally, he'd be a little more aggressive when the ball goes up in the air like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. As soon as they push Georgia Johnson out wide and she goes for the cut back, so that slice back, Ben Johns is just snagging that out of the middle.
Yeah, that's been the one that can float on her a little bit more often, but credit to her. I mean, honestly, in these dink rallies, she's done a really good job of not giving Waters very many dead dinks. She's using spin, being assertive, and it's making Waters really measure her attacks.
3-4-2.
Georgia Johnson and J.W. Johnson showing their chops at the kitchen line.
Yeah, as we talked about, they're going to really force Ben Johns and Annalie Waters to work the point. You see how good their counterpunching is when there's an early trigger pull.
Side out.
Yeah,
getting handcuffed.
Excellent location. John's able to see that Johnson's sitting on that forehand, was able to pull it to her inside hip, and like you mentioned, handcuffed her nicely.
Again, Annalie Waters just showing how good she is on that forehand side, rolling that dink over, just so deadly with that paddle tech.
Time. I'll recall it. 5-4-1.
Georgia Johnson doesn't have a problem. She's wearing the hat for good reason.
Again, she set herself up by holding that and going slightly behind Johns to get the pop-up and put the next one away.
Great movement from J.W. Johnson. You saw him pick up the backhand dink, worked actually on the inside out, found the backhand side of Ben Johns.
He did a good job of starting middle and staying middle and anticipating where that attack was going to come.
It's all about partner coverage right there.
Yeah, nothing you can do if you're Georgia Johnson. She absolutely put everything into this backhand counter, but unfortunately for her, went right to the paddle of Ben Johns.
finding some different locations. You talked so much about both Jansens moving the ball around in terms of dinking, but also doing it when they're finding different locations and attacking.
There he was able to see that Johns was actually closer to him and the more obvious target for an offensive shot, executed nicely.
Jansen's now with a 1-point advantage.
6-5-2.
Make it a 2-point advantage, and Annalie Waters quick to call the timeout.
The ball around so well.
And again, to credit the #1 team, they are still with the advantage, had game 1.
Point.
Right now, it's 8-5, though, for the Jansens.
Yeah, they've won the last few hand battles, and those are big confidence boosters going forward.
Jansen rolling to the baseline, 9-5.
She made that look easy, but if she hit that ball any harder, it would have gone out. Really good job measuring the spin and speed of that shot.
Side out.
So a side out on the side of Waters and Johns, now trailing by 4.
5-9-1.
Look for Johns to get a little more aggressive here now that they're down late in game 2.
And a missed dink gives one back.
I'm sorry. Apologies. Here.
6-9.
All right, we're at 6-9-1. Point.
And back-to-back errors. I hate to say it, but you think about back to game 1, those back-to-back missed dinks. Took just enough pace off to J.W. Jansen. It's rare you see Annalie Waters not get a paddle on the ball.
Well, it was such a unique time to play it because Ben Johns was well inside the court and perfectly executed there by J.W. Jansen.
Side out.
So the side out after giving 2 back, I believe.
Yeah, huge side out for them. They still have a 2-point lead with the ball, 9-7-1. This is their opportunity here to take take game number 2.
So where do you drop if you're the Jansens right now? Are you Jorga has done a nice job multiple times throughout this competition, dropping just actually more middle and not finding a whole lot from there.
You know, for me, you know, what I teach my students is drop wherever you're most confident, right?
Okay.
It's more about execution than exactly X's and O's here. So whatever your favorite highest percentage drop is, I say go there. Don't worry about your opponents as much. A great exchange at the kitchen line. Ultimately, J.W. Jansen getting a little unlucky that his ball clipped the tape and jumped right into that two-handed backhand of Annalie Waters.
Great job from Jorga Jansen. All eyes are on her right now. She's going 2 cross-court dinks, then going a little bit more middle or to the backhand side, changing the pattern.
She's showing some good discipline of resetting when she needs to Ben Johns. So far, he hasn't beat her with an Ernie yet.
It's game point for the Jansens. Jorga Jansen did a nice job on that first slice, but the second one just into the net.
And it was really a great point all around. I mean, she played a lot of balls there, but ultimately the #1 team coming up big in the big moment.
Ben Johns just getting caught a little bit tight there with the let cord. Tough ball, but JW sneaking in.
Looks like maybe they did change their own call. They're originally called out, I think, after talking as a partnership. They realized that one did clip the line.
So a second look for Jorga Jansen and JW Jansen.
Second serve.
Unique, went with a different speed up than we've seen to this point.
Yeah, I think, I don't mind it. Annalie Waters read the location very well, but notice how she had to clear her body in order to hit a good counterattack. Sometimes you just have to say too good from your opponents.
Side out.
Both Johnsons not able to get up to the kitchen line on either of those.
Yeah. Obviously too high on the initial drop there from JW Jansen. Then a great job finding an extreme angle to put that away by Annalie Waters.
Another good read from Annalie Waters. 8-10 now. Jorga Jansen, the half-speed speed up to the backhand side.
This is what we talked about. It's going to be important for her as a way to keep Johns honest without relying on an extremely high pop-up from Annalie Waters.
And yeah, that's called a quick adjustment, Ben Johns.
Well, again, looking to counterpunch on both of those, went 1 for 2, but if you play the exact same location in back-to-back shots, he may be ready for it.
9-10 with a chance to tie now. Ben Johns is all over it.
And that's the spot that's effective to attack on a lot of people, the inside hip. But Johns, known for leaning middle, normally has that forehand covered very well.
Jorga Jansen holding her ground there, getting some help from the net.
Yeah, credit to her. She stayed very patient. You know the nerves are high.
Yes.
They're very close to taking a game off. A very dominant team. Still have an opportunity here, 10 apiece.
Must win by 2. What a point.
The point had it all. They were in control. Looked like they were down at a great dig by Jorga Jansen, but ultimately great hand speed there by Ben Johns and Annalie Waters.
Jorga Jansen with a different location twice and 2 different tempos.
Yeah, she's gone inside hip, she's gone into the body, she's dinked soft back behind, gone hard back behind. She's really taking Johns out of his rhythm playing off the ball here.
Side out.
And another chance for the Waters now. They trail by 1, get the ball back,
11-1.
and are up by a game.
Second serve.
And they're all human, folks. Everybody does it.
I was going to say that's a unicorn. Tough going head-to-head with Ben Johns.
Yeah, she did well to really stick a couple of those first volleys, but that's why he's the #1 player in the world. He can manage that onslaught of attacks and still find a way to go on the offense.
11-all now. So much sauce on that ball, and by sauce I mean spin off the contact from JW Johnson.
In such a short motion, really, we talked about him generating a lot of pace and spin just with his wrist there at the end of the motion.
It's 11-all now. Johnson's with a second serve.
Georgia trying to pump her brother up, knowing that now's the time to play their best pickleball here.
Side out.
Just feels like things are getting a little bit tight right now.
Yeah, you hate to lose out on those opportunities. You won't get very many of them normally. We'll see what happens here.
Make it 12-11. Waters up by 1 and still on their first serve.
Yeah, they've got their first match point here. We'll see if they can convert.
11-1. Second serve.
Yeah, and I don't hate the play from Leigh Waters. The drive was right into the body of Jorga Johnson. It looked like she was going to have something she was going to be able to poach, but Johnson doing a great job of finding the angle.
And there it is. Leigh Waters and Ben Johns taking a fantastic match against a very tough opponent in Jorga Johnson and JW Johnson.
Yeah, very entertaining match. And if you haven't watched Jorga Johnson and JW Johnson play before, this is absolutely an upcoming team to watch this year on the Carvana PPA Tour. Well, yeah, no, I think posture is an underrated part of pickleball. I think especially when you're in that transition zone, I actually liken it to playing defense like you're digging a spike, right? Because you want to get underneath that ball in any way that you can. She does a great job of being very low with her lower body.
Now to get started, Anna Bright with a big forehand, and they are starting the same way they did previously. Anna Bright on the right, Riley Newman on the left.
0-0-1. Second serve.
Riley Newman looking for the drive off the start.
Yeah, it looked like Vivienne David was a touch late coming in. Newman picked up on that, but unable to convert on that drive.
Thomas Wilson, a beautiful speed up off the bounce out of the middle.
Yeah, and his ability to hold that, make it look like he was going to dink inside out is really what got Newman leaning and opened up the middle there.
Quick coverage, nice compact stroke from Vivienne David.
We talked about the importance for posture for doing defense. It's also huge for counter punching. She really stuck that well.
Thomas Wilson, just again, fantastic lateral motion.
Yeah, and that point really sends a message. Riley hit a very assertive dink. Wilson still able to attack that off the bounce effectively and win the point.
Sending another message by airmail. Thomas Wilson and Vivienne David smile that one.
They've had a couple of little miscommunications already, but they're smiling it off. They understand that's part of the game, and they'll right the ship quickly here.
Second serve.
Missed opportunity, so 3-0 still. Second serve for David and Wilson. And Riley Newman just goes, what? What am I supposed supposed to do?
Yeah, Wilson laughing at himself. If there's one place not to hit an attack, it would be that right side of the body for Riley Newman, known for his what we call pancake grip, where he can find a lot of offense without much time on that forehand side.
Second serve.
Yeah, Newman doing a good job closing in, but just floats that that final attack there.
Point. One, 3-2.
So quick. It's Thomas Wilson. I believe the ball was called out, but was that in?
It looked well into me. Not sure where we heard that out call, but I heard it as well. Looks like they are going to call that one in.
3-1-1.
Second serve.
Yeah, a little, maybe a heat check there from Wilson. Definitely the standard play would just be to drop that one and get all the way in. Might want to rethink the offensive shot on that particular occasion.
Wow, great shape right there again as Thomas Wilson takes a few extra shuffle steps to the side to finish.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. It's his lightning quick feet that are showing the footwork to open up even the option to hit some of these balls as attacks.
ATP.
Yeah, Wilson read the ATP well, but Newman did a good job of keeping it at the feet. Got to the side out for his team there.
1-4-1. Second serve.
That's what I talked about earlier. A lot of even the dominant male players would have played that ball as a backhand, but Wilson knows how much he can do with that forehand. He's willing to sacrifice court positioning for the option to stay on offense with his shots.
Nice shot from Thomas Wilson as he works around the corner and lets that fall just wide.
Yeah, showing what a lively arm he has there on the flying overhead.
Point.
Thomas Wilson out of New Braunfels, Texas. Again, a little bit newer to pickleball, has a great tennis pedigree. Played tennis at Purdue.
Yeah, and a great point all around, but you're seeing some of the variety that Vivienne David and Thomas Wilson have. They each have the ability to use both two hands and one hand on the backhand. Depending on the situation, they'll opt for one or the other. And he's had a lot of success attacking Newman so far. We'll see if that trend continues.
Another point to David and Wilson, also important to note. Thomas Wilson also played at UT. He's got a few different places to go. He's a traveling man.
Yeah, long been known on the tour as just one of the most naturally talented players. And in the last 6 months or so, he's really starting to show, you know, what he's capable of putting everything together.
Side out.
Trying to work inside out there.
One, 6-1.
Great motion on the side of David and Wilson.
Yeah, David does a really good job of attacking those balls near the height of the net by dropping the head of her paddle and being able to start offensive shots more often than needing to wait for that really high pop-up.
So ball back right now. Wright and Newman still looking to find a little bit of rhythm as they trail by 5. Riley Newman's all over it, but you did get to see a little bit more of that push dink on the backhand side from Vivienne David. That's one of, in my opinion, that's a really tough shot, that backhand push dink cross court.
Very much so. They are the team right now when they are getting to the kitchen line that is dictating, and I think it's reflecting in the score line. They're moving their opponents more than the other way around because they're taking a little more risk on their dinks. Yeah, Wilson's had some success when he has pulled the trigger, hitting the left hip of Riley Newman. He'd rather take his chances with the backhand than that pancake forehand, but Newman was able to anticipate and be ready for that one.
2-6 now. Wright had done such a nice job until that ball finally went just a bit too wide.
Yeah, she was able to get the first smash from Wilson back, but really the ball is flying off his paddle right now. Very tough to stay in these points.
2-6-2.
There's Anna Bright. Nice job getting her hip out of the way and finding that backhand up the line.
Yeah, I like how Wilson was planted in the middle, but when he sees his partner go cross court, he has to take a step to cover a little bit more of his line there.
Okay.
Yeah, and we see some of the versatility of Riley Newman. Even though he's playing the right side, he's still able to play just as aggressive as most male players when they've got their forehand in the middle. So comfortable with doing a lot of things with that two-handed backhand on the court.
Side out.
Oh,
And
commentator jinx.
I was going to say, and that's how we actually started this first match, or excuse me, this first game.
6-4-1. Second serve.
Hold that.
Yeah, even though David missed that, she got the ball she wanted. And, you know, one thing to think about, Riley Newman's so tough to attack at the kitchen line, but when you can play a third shot drive right into his belly button with his grip, he tends to pop that particular one up.
Said they take the drive cross court. One of the interesting things, too, is in terms of driving the ball, whether you go driving cross-court versus up the line in mixed doubles, is how you can try and get your partner involved, cross-court versus up the line. And just enough from Riley Newman to close.
Yeah, he's starting to move better, move a little freer, start to anticipate some of the shots of his opponents here.
5-6-1.
Taking a step back is Thomas Wilson.
Yeah, certainly not the wrong shot, but, you know, credit to the counterpunching ability of Newman and Anna Bright. He's aiming very low to the net to be able to stay on offense there.
6-all now. Quick hands of Thomas Wilson.
Yeah, showing a little of the two-handed backhand arsenal that he has.
6-6-2. Point.
And a miss, so a lead change. Bright and Newman.
7-6-2.
They started down 6-1 and now worked their way back.
Yeah, they've really switched the momentum here. Let's see if they can keep that rolling.
See, and that's so tough with that two-handed backhand. It is so difficult when you're trying to keep that within the line to not pull that wide of the court.
Yeah, it's really tough to know whether to just punch it or kind of rotate on it. She rotated on that one and then pulled it a little bit wide.
So 8-6, the number 3 seed finding the advantage. It was all David and Wilson to start as they had the 6-1 advantage. However, score is now 8-6 in favor of Newman and Wright. There it is. Instead of full rotation, you got a little bit more of the punch, Kyle McKenzie.
Yeah, able to straighten that one out. It is a little easier to do a slight rotation when the attack is coming cross court. Measures that one perfectly.
Thomas Wilson reaching into the middle, but still able to pull that ball back to the line. That's impressive.
Yeah, and you talked about what attack or offensive locations are they going for. If you can get it into the body of Anna Bright, that way she can't get the spacing on that two-handed backhand. That's going to be a good target for them throughout this match.
All right, so you heard it here from Kyle McKenzie, maybe one of the locations more towards the body of Anna Bright.
7-8-1.
She is known to slide well, though, so something in terms of a moving target on the other side.
Into the body again.
Into the body again. I was going to say Anna Bright just saved herself there, but
and it's doing a great job. She knows that players are thinking to hit at her body, so she does a really good job of extending that point by dropping the head of her paddle and switching to a reset. Not able to win the point, but good job extending it there.
Second serve.
second serve after earning 2 back, so 8-all.
8-8-2.
Thomas Wilson checking the ball. Wouldn't be surprised if it's got a bump or 2 in it now. Wow, Thomas Wilson's feet are so fast. My goodness.
Yeah, he picked off the ball in the middle to put them on offense there. Normally, Vivienne David's going to put that two-handed backhand away.
Ball back on the side of Newman and Wright.
He was absolutely everywhere on that point, Cameron. Great communication. Vivienne David got out of his way. He let him kind of control the point. An amazing two-handed backhand flying through the air.
That man has wings. On the side of Anna Bright. She backs up the kitchen line, but shows she can stick in a firefight.
Yeah, absolutely. She's so good at when she is handcuffed about being able to just do enough with that ball to extend the point.
9-8-2.
9-8-2 now. That is a heads-up play right there from Vivienne David. Anna Bright gets pushed wide, tries to attack middle, and Vivienne's there to fend it off.
So tough to do. Her responsibility is to make sure her line's covered, so she's really helping her partner out by being able to clock that middle counter there.
A great play from Riley Newman right there to catch Thomas Wilson moving the opposite direction.
Yeah, he was leaning middle, and Riley not only went behind him, but he got some good bite with that left hand on his two-handed backhand to keep that attack low.
9-all.
We talked about the shape that Wilson can get with that paddle. A really nice dipping third shot drive there at the feet of Anna Wright.
Side out.
Unfortunately for him, maybe a little too much dip on that drive attempt as the net unfortunately got in the way for him.
9-9 as Vivienne David takes a little hustle.
9-9-1.
Everybody get reset. Ooh-wee! Vivienne David came to play.
Yeah, Newman's trying to insert himself and be more aggressive, but you see how challenging that can be with the reflexes and the hand speed of Wilson and Vivienne David.
Nice job, Riley Newman patrolling. I was going to say right now they are trying to work to unwind the stack. Vivienne David doing a nice job on the return, slowing that return down with a cut. Right now it's game point, though, for Wright and Newman. Riley Newman through the middle. 11-9. Game number 1 was fantastic.
Yeah, had a little bit of everything. It was up-tempo, it was calculated. There were some great dink rallies. Expect more of the same here in game number 2.
Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie, facing off against Riley Newman and Anna Wright. 2 points of separation. What do you think it's going to come down to?
Yeah, it's going to come down to execution. I like the game plan of each team here. They're clearly understanding the X's and O's within the match. And if you're Vivienne David and Thomas Wilson, not the time to reinvent the wheel. They had a couple of sitter overheads that they missed. That probably was the difference in game 1. We'll see if they can adjust here. Well, I think each team had their own miscommunication at one shot in that point. David and Wilson ultimately able to come away with it. They've got an early side out, 0-0-1 here.
Somebody give Riley Newman a shovel. He just dug that one out. I think it surprised him.
Yeah, no. You see that's just, you know, reflexes and talent. So tough to get attacks through these top players.
Bye-bye ball.
And you see the little shake and bake action here. That's when one partner is the driver, the other partner instantly goes in for the poach, is able to take control of the point with that first volley.
Wow, what a move right there from Vivienne David. You watch, she was about 1 foot away from the center line. 2 quick shuffles as that ball went cross court to close.
And her posture of being low really helped her get on top of that counter, which is ultimately why it was so effective.
That ball just sprang wide, so 0-2 for Wright and Newman now.
Yeah, when you're reaching below the net, it's really hard to hit the outside hip of your opponent. So easy to pull that ball either too high or too wide or both.
I was gonna say left or right hand, it doesn't matter. Thomas Wilson with a big old yeah.
And he's smiling. He went right at the pancake forehand of Riley Newman and still was able to win the point. He knows that won't happen very often.
I think that's where that celebration came from,
yes,
for sure. And Riley with a smirk as he gets a nutmeg.
Yeah, he got Wilson leaning, and he's smiling right back at him. They're having a good time out here.
These two, I think, like playing against each other.
It looks like it, definitely. Yeah, Newman a little frustrated with himself, just kind of overcooks that ball. Known for giving very few unforced errors away. That one is certainly uncharacteristic for him. Yeah, it's not just the hand speed right now of Vivienne David that's being effective, but her ability to use that two-handed backhand and pull it across her body is finding that open part of court that Newman is leaving open. Players that use more of a one-handed backhand tend to punch a little bit more, and it's very tough to yank that ball across your body and find that open court even if it is available to you. Yeah, great job by Riley Newman of being able to reflect that ball back. Looked like Wilson was on top of that initial speed up, but still Anna Bright and Riley Newman able to come up with a point. Yeah, it looked like Newman was yelling at Anna Bright there to remind her that the angle is going to open up for around the post. Perfectly executed and put away.
I believe that ball is done for after the Riley Newman Hulk smash, we'll call it.
They can only take so much aggression for their life to be done. Looks like they're getting a new one out here.
4-2, you hear the words of Anna Bright. Add another Anna Bright, one of the great energies on the pickleball court. So competitive in her spirit, unafraid to show it, which I love.
Yeah, really wears her heart on her sleeve and, you know, lets people in to, you know, what a competitor she is. Absolutely. Yeah, really well covered by Newman. It's a chess match out there with Nilsson. It was when is he going to pull the trigger and then where is he going to go. Great job covering that inside hit by Newman.
I'd be really curious after this tournament to see the point differential between Riley on the right versus the left in their matchups to see just how many points were scored on each side.
Yeah, might be some stats they would want to pay attention to figure out the optimal formation for them as a team.
Well, obviously it depends on matchup too, but still curious. Oh, a little showmanship from Riley Newman and Thomas Wilson. Wilson went for the tweener.
I was going to say, if you thought your video froze for a second, that was just Riley Newman going for a little bit of flair and Wilson trying to match him there.
Flair is exactly right. We need a freeze frame of that Riley Newman dink. Alongside Annalie Waters for gender doubles right now, she finds in mixed doubles a new partner as she played alongside Dylan Frazier in the first event. Now it's Riley Newman. Newman just missed there, but you can start to see some of the patterns take shape here now into game 2. Anytime Riley Newman's starting to step past that center line, he's looking to speed up off the bounce backhand side of Wilson.
Yeah, and I liked the speed up by Wright there. It just came off in an awkward location. Riley normally is going to be able to clean that up and put that next one away.
Riley Newman completely on the other side.
Yeah, he goes from defending the ATP to completely on the opposite side of the court, putting the forehand away. Shows the kind of athleticism and court coverage he's capable of.
He's so far all over the court. It's hard to tell what's become an Ernie and what's become a Bert at this point.
I know it. We're going to have to start coming up with new terminology for some of the stuff that he does out there.
It's hard to tell if he's on the left or the right.
4-7-1.
Great play, ball after ball after ball. Vivienne David gives an electric high five.
It was an absolute onslaught of attacks from Wilson and David. Great defense by Anna Bright to extend that point.
Bright. We haven't said her name that often in terms of attacking, but that one was a doozy.
Yeah, I think Wilson's been quicker to pull the trigger this match, so it hasn't given her an opportunity to measure her attacks as much, but he was a little more patient there, and she took advantage and went on offense herself.
Tough with the amount of spin Riley Newman just put on that ball. When you're trying to work inside out, that ball's going right into your body if you're trying to go in.
Yeah, a lot of footwork involved to even set yourself up, and it's small targets sometimes that they're aiming for.
I'm not sure whose paddle hit that, but that might have been the problem.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to communicate when it's off of a smash. Normally it's better that both of you go for it than neither one of you, so kind of an understandable miscommunication there.
And you see what Riley Newman has to do to be able to protect that shoulder.
And amazing that he was able to create just enough space with his body. That's a great disguise on the attack from Wilson, and they're both having a laugh because Newman knows he was fooled but was able to make it work anyways. Continue to handle those dinks, and if he gets a little more air under the ball, he's going to have to fire away and take his chances.
Anna Bright and Riley Newman with the second serve. And that's where the danger lies, right? You've got, even if you go cross court and then all of a sudden you attack up the line, Riley Newman's so quick covering.
Yeah, and it looks like it's open, but it doesn't take long for Newman to step over and close that down. And he's closed off all the middle locations with his presence. So that's why I said the X's and O's kind of solving for the problem with the other team is very challenging for them at the moment.
Newman.
Yeah, an extremely impressive win from Anna Bright and Riley Newman. They played a very in-form Thomas Wilson, Vivienne David team, and you could tell that they tried a lot of different things, and just not a lot was working for them in game 2 there. What should be a very entertaining, very close matchup here.
Both teams having that last-minute communication in terms of strategy and skill set. Jessie Irvine played lights out at MLP Mesa, came away with not just one, but several highlight reels in terms of her ability, her willpower shown on full display, and multiple points.
Yeah, she's a fiery competitor herself, but so disciplined, so smooth out there. Real treat to watch her play.
This is actually our first chance to see AJ Koller on the PPA, the Carvana PPA Tour in 2023, because he wasn't at Masters. So nice to have him out here now.
Yeah, happy to see him show what he's got.
To look for in that point. I'm not sure if that ball is in or out.
I think they're still talking about it here. Very, very close on that one.
But you saw the lob from Koller, and then it looked like he got bored out there at one point or another. Put his hands on his hips.
He is known for that posture of the hand on the hip. I'm not sure if he thinks it gives him more balance or just, keeps him relaxed out there.
No, but even in the middle, he just stood straight up. After the lob, and they're still having conversation whether this ball was in or not.
Okay.
Okay, so I believe what just took place is
0-0-2.
Koller and Irvine just decided to call their own ball out of bounds. Zane giving them a little bit of a clap there, saying nice sportsmanship.
Yeah, great sportsmanship by them early on in this match here.
That ball just long of the baseline from Jessie Irvine. I believe we have a replay here of the look. Yeah, I think that's a fair call.
Did look to be just wide.
Called out of bounds, but wow, those were some hands from AJ Koller.
Yeah, unbelievable to handle that onslaught of aggression from Navratil there.
And there's that power extension from Jessie Irvine.
Yeah, not just a very consistent dinker, but some of the best counter-punching hands around. She's more content with waiting to be attacked because she does so well in those moments.
A second lob from AJ Koller. Seems to be picking his spots well to this point.
Yeah, he's definitely known for having more creativity with his shot selection than a lot of the other top guys.
Second serve.
Misses the third.
1-0-2. Side out.
Yeah, it looked like AJ just misjudged where that return was going to go. Really wasn't balanced on that drop attempt. I think something about the spin fooled him a little bit there.
Jessie Irvine on the left, AJ Koller on the right.
Yeah, not sure if that formation is going to be one that they stick with here.
One apiece now.
1-1-1.
And they will work with the stay.
Okay, interesting. Looked like AJ was giving the sign to switch there.
1-1-2.
Well, we just got a chance to see Riley Newman and Anna Wright here on championship court. Both of them working with a little bit more of a straight up in their new partnership. These two might be considering exactly what side they should be on.
Yeah, they're going back to a stack here when they're serving. Maybe they're just trying to throw some different looks at their opponents to take them out of their rhythm.
Jessie Irvine out of Los Angeles now.
Yeah, AJ Koller known for having some of the very fastest hands on tour.
Yeah.
He closes in off his drops very aggressively, but the trade you make is balance. And he was a little off balance there, unable to convert his next shot.
Wow, Jessie Irvine doing a nice job getting herself back up to the kitchen line. It appears as if they're trying to apply that much more pressure on Parenteau in the dink.
Yeah, I agree. They're really trusting AJ to clog the middle with his backhand in the middle. Similar to J.W. Jansen, he can generate a lot of offense with his backhand flick. I think they're trying to trust that, but you don't see a lot of players with a one-handed backhand effectively be able to take over the court from the right side. Most of the players that can do that opt for usually a two-handed backhand, so we'll see how this plays out.
Oftentimes we see those try and lob over Parenteau. She does a nice job picking up that one.
Yeah, the lob's been mostly working here for Koller so far. They were in a decent position there, just unable to get the point.
4-1-2.
That was so close.
Yeah, and a great job from Navratil and Parenteau to fight off some tough balls here and have it get on Koller just quick enough to earn the error.
Navratil had two that were just remarkable. Oh, so slippery from Parenteau reaching in.
Such a great attack. We talked about those what I call yellow zone attacks, or attacks near the height of the net. If you can drop the head of your paddle, you're not going to miss in the net very often, and you kind of start the attack with that first medium pace one.
I was going to say, it feels as if they haven't gone that often to the backhand side of Zane Navratil. They just found one.
Yeah, it's definitely a play they're going to need to do a little bit to keep him honest.
1-6-1.
Just reaching a bit too far is Jessie Irvine.
Yeah, she saw that she had a tunnel up her line, but the ball got on her so fast, it's really tough to be in a defensive position and then execute a tough offensive shot.
Side out.
And another miss from AJ Koller. I believe that's his second in terms of thirds. Nice drive from Parenteau.
Yeah, I think AJ was really expecting a drop there, looking to earn it. Very tough to do if your opponents are driving.
Parenteau not scared to go line to line with AJ Koller right now.
Yeah, she's doing a good job of going line, but still incorporating a little bit of spin on that ball to make it more difficult to attack.
The second stop here at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Resort and Spa.
serve.
That's a little too far for Catherine Parenteau.
Yeah, we talked about those attacks near the height of the net. You often can't hit them that hard, and she looked like to hit that at full pace, and then the net got involved.
Zane Navratil using his new signature paddle from Pro XR. It's literally called the Zane Navratil signature paddle.
And look for him to continue to look for that drive while Irvine is moving off the return. Doesn't play a lot of singles, and so that might be an area that she's a little more uncomfortable.
Point.
Yeah, Koller a little frustrated with himself. Like I mentioned, he's definitely one of the top male players in the game. This has been not his game so far. He's made way more errors than he usually does.
10-1-2.
10-1 now, game point for the 5 seed.
Side out.
Zane looking to close with his own shake and bake.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of really implementing his will on that third shot drive and coming forward on his terms.
Second serve.
Second serve now. Koller again, still just trying to find the soft stuff in terms of his dink game.
1-10-2.
Not quite in the rhythm he would hope for.
Yeah, the precision of Parenteau is really finding his feet and giving him all kinds of fits here.
Side out.
And another ball, but this time it's a lob that goes out of bounds.
Yeah, he's been successful with his lobs so far. Not sure that it was needed in that moment there.
Game one goes to Parenteau and Navratil, 11-1. You can guarantee there's going to be a significant amount of conversation here between games for Irvine and Koller, trying to figure out a bit more rhythm.
Yeah, and to me, you know, there's a lot of times, you know, you lose a game badly, you make adjustments. I don't think this is quite as much about the X's and O's.
Yeah,
they just
fair.
need to kind of build each other up and just embrace competing out here right now. Because if you look at the body language, there appears to be a little bit of a disconnect. Of course, they're disappointed because they didn't play to the level they're capable of. But I think this is where they just need to focus on energy and bring that fire a little bit.
Who's out with a minor foot injury. Right now, the advantage lies on the side of Catherine Parenteau and Zane Navratil, but maybe just a level of execution for Irvine and Koller.
Yeah, you know, they threw some formation changes in there. I think they should go back to what they're each comfortable with, more of a traditional mixed with AJ on that left side with his forehand in the middle.
Side out.
A longer rally, though, in terms of ball going back and forth for these two teams, trying to find a little bit of a better dinking pattern.
Yeah, I think Irvine and Koller just need to work more points to just find their rhythm. I think the attacks will come naturally, but when you're not playing your best and trying to force it, it's often not the recipe. And again, I mean, you see Parenteau and Navratil just a little bit off the line in these exchanges, but that's giving them more time to take a bigger cut at the ball, and ultimately they're able to get through that wall of AJ Koller in the middle.
Catherine Parenteau sitting down and finding one.
Yeah, and you called it. It was the sitting down that made that possible. She saw the flick attack coming, knew that if she got her posture just lower, it would enhance the quality of her counterpunch.
Second serve.
Now, great reset by Parenteau earlier in the point, but unable to come up with the next one.
2-0-2. Side
Ooh,
out.
getting some extra whip on that is Zane Navratil.
But a much better slice return from Koller there. That's something both him and Jessie Irvine are going to have to do. Be more intentional with the quality of their returns to limit some of that aggression on the third shot drive.
Wow, that was a nice heads-up play from AJ Koller.
Yeah, it was a pretty good attack from
you've seen
Parenteau that
several
he
of them.
fought off and then
1-2-1.
shifted to the middle, anticipating where the next one would be.
Jessie Irvine says, I can do it too. Nice
Yeah.
little speed up from her.
Yeah, a little bit of a misdirection there. Not only did she drop the head, she kind of swung inside out there, sliding that ball to the backhand of Zane Navratil.
Jessie Irvine just sends that inches long on the baseline.
Yeah, looked like she had Navratil fooled, waited till the last second, but just unfortunately for her, unable to convert.
Point.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier some similarities in the AJ Koller game to JW Jansen.
3-2-2.
Really doesn't need a lot of space to attack with those little wrist flicks.
And a big call from Jessie Irvine, one of the most competitive on tour. She's ready to get this thing started for Koller and Irvine.
You love to see them get loud after a point like that. They just need to focus on bringing energy and just competing right now.
Side out.
So smooth by Parenteau. Really took her time with that. Well played.
2-4-1.
Looking for a headshot is AJ Koller.
Navratil's laughing a little bit as he was able to duck out of the way of that one.
Whoop call from Zane.
Point.
Catherine Parenteau with a hop, skip, and a jump.
Might have learned that one from Riley Newman, known for that.
Letting that land is Catherine Parenteau. That ball was high, but it was slow enough to drop.
Yeah, I think she was sliding to create space for her backhand, but Navratil didn't also slide even further, and Koller able to find that hidden tunnel.
4-4-2.
Hidden tunnel. That's a new one. I like it. I was going to say, AJ Koller continues to bring the pressure in the direction of Catherine Parenteau. Each time she's resetting that ball, she's feeling comfortable enough to take a step forward.
Yeah, one of the biggest differences in the match is they haven't been able to keep their advantage very well. Koller and Irvine did a nice job of finishing off that point, but he set himself up with some of these lobs of getting them off the line, but the defense and the consistency of Navratil and Parenteau has been a real factor and an issue for them.
5-4-1.
Koller and Irvine have done a nice job, though, here in game 2, early at least, down with a 1-point advantage, 5-4. Oh, great point construction from AJ Koller, but can't finish.
Yeah, it's harder to deal with missing those easy ones when you've come up with such great shots to put yourself in that position. But we talked about you have to have a short-term memory. It's in the past. Just move on and play your best point this time.
Side out.
Quick strike from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Navratil. He's trusting his partner, but at the same time understanding that there's moments where he needs to jump in the middle and be a little more aggressive. He's finding a good balance today.
Point.
So the question is how much conversation takes place before they step on the court together for maybe the first time, second time, get some practice under their belt? with a driving winner.
Looks like she caught the line there.
Parenteau.
It's very partner dependent. I think some people prefer a lot more discussion early on. Others would rather just go out there and see what works. So much more of a personal preference thing, I would say.
Second serve.
Just took a little bit of a funky bounce there for Zane Navratil.
Yeah,
he got caught.
Looked a little fooled. Couldn't clear his body quite enough to make space for the dink.
Jessie Irvine again on the left there.
Yeah, and I like that play of driving to Jessie Irvine. I mentioned that she doesn't play a lot of singles. The volley in singles is a little different than the volley in doubles, where you're often doing it on the move.
Yeah.
And she struggles, in my experience, a little bit more with those type. An unbelievable ball from AJ Koller.
With the dink winner. That's about as sharp of an angle as you can get. Take a look.
5-7-1.
Plenty of pace on that one.
Second serve.
Yeah, AJ normally very good at all those touchy-feely shots when he's extended. Just struggling with those a little bit more today.
5-7-2. Side out.
Jessie Irvine trying to create on her own.
Yeah, not a bad idea to keep Navratil honest, but showing his athleticism to not just get there, but get down on that volley as well.
Second serve.
Getting caught too tight to the ball. You could see the angle of his paddle.
Yeah, he's been effective with the lob of really pushing them off the line, and he's starting to win more of those points and keep his advantage now.
Jessie Irvine gets hit. And it's interesting, you watch Jessie's court positioning in terms of where she's locating herself on the left side, and she's nearly got her left foot on the sideline.
And I'm not sure if she's able to get away with that because of the things we talked about. AJ Koller does not use two hands on the back end. It is his back, and he doesn't have the reach to cover that much middle for her to kind of fade like that.
We'll find out what pattern they come back with after this. Engaged currently, wedding planning.
Yes, a big congrats to both of them.
I asked him how much you were doing in terms of wedding planning, Zane, and he said, "Oh no, I stay away from all of that." Smart man.
It's a smart answer from the groom there.
So 5-8, Jessie Irvine and AJ Koller trailing by 3 after the timeout was taken. Man, a lot of side spin on that ball too. You could see the trajectory of that one.
Yeah, it was a little slider on that one. I don't know if that's what he intended. Maybe it came off just a little weird for him.
6-8-1. Second serve.
So they have one back now. Second serve, 8-6. Excuse me, 6-8.
6-8-2.
Man, you got to have your track shoes on when you're facing off against AJ Koller. You're going to be doing some wind sprints out there.
Yeah, he's been going to that lob quite a bit. For the most part, he's been successful with it, but you know, it's always tough to miss those when you really need these points here.
Well, and even if you're seeing the better end of them, it is exhausting having to run down lob after lob after lob, physically and mentally. Zane with the close.
Yeah, some short punching motions from Koller, but Parenteau able to create the space and get more power on her two-handed backhand counters.
Side out.
and correct me if I'm wrong here, it's been interesting to watch AJ Koller in some of these firefights because you mentioned that quick and compact backhand punch back, but at times it also seems as if he's resetting more often than not in those counters.
Yeah, I think it depends on, you know, who started it and how well you see it. I think, you know, what I teach is if you don't see it well, you always have the ability to block it. If you see it well and can meet it a little bit earlier, get down on it, you should be looking to counterpunch.
Yeah, it seems as if there's been a decent amount of blocks from AJ Koller then, to your point. So 7-9.
Nice job at getting on top of that one. Able to hit with a little bit more motion on that forehand side, get some good spin down at Parenteau's feet.
And watch out, here come Jessie Irvine and AJ Koller by 1. Getting some help from the net.
Yeah,
9-all.
And AJ Koller, like we mentioned, very, very good with those flicks, really holds his position at the kitchen line, leans in well, is able to thread the needle on that one.
9-9-1.
So it's time to take a timeout on the other side as AJ Koller and Jessie Irvine have finally knotted things up at 9 apiece. Be interesting to see exactly where this third goes. They send it to Jessie Irvine, drops cross court to Catherine Parenteau. Ooh, and Catherine is shaking her head because I think she knows she just might have played an out ball.
Yeah, from my vantage point, it was a little wide. Again, credit to her sportsmanship. If you don't see it clearly, your job is to play on.
So Irvine and Koller find one. Look to push this to game 3.
Yeah, they've earned their first game point here. They've been down the whole match. This would be huge for them.
We're going to 3. Jessie Irvine again stepping up, just so clutch on that final point.
Huge defense for her to keep her team alive. Navratil had the one he wanted, just tried to add a little extra action on that flick. That's the court presence of AJ Koller and his hand speed that affected the shot on the last one.
We'll get into some adjustments after this point. I was going to say, one heck of a speed-up cross-court, well fended off from Catherine Parenteau. But Kyle McKenzie, what did you see in game 2 that was different than game 1?
You know, I think, AJ Koller and Jessie Irvine just did a better job of when they had the advantage, being able to keep that advantage and ultimately win the point. I think they set themselves up well to get it, but the defense and the soft game, putting balls in play from Navratil and Parenteau was really problematic for them early on. They did a better job of adjusting late in game 2.
Ooh, that was about as close as it gets for Catherine Parenteau. So if I were to ask you, what do you think this third is going to come down to in just 2 pieces? What would it be?
Yeah, I think, if I'm Navratil and Parenteau, I want to make Koller dink, specifically dinks that bounce, right? It's easier said than done, but I think making him work the soft game just enough. His shot selection can sometimes get a little too creative. I think working the point on him, but if you give him a dead dink, he's too good of an attacker, has too good a hand speed. So you have to make him work in the soft game. That's what I would try to do.
Jessie Irvine looking a little surprised on that one.
Yeah, I think she expected Koller, who's been clogging that middle so much, to slide over and take that one. She looked a little fooled by that.
1-1-1.
Fantastic job with the Ernie.
Yeah, Parenteau looking to make Koller dink, but when you're lined up in front of him, he has that ability to take that option away with the Ernie. Well played.
Oh man, I was gonna say that was some really nice hands from Jessie Irvine, but just unrelenting in terms of the pressure from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, hit a really good spot here with the forehand on the outside right hip of AJ Koller. He sits very backhand heavy with his counterpunch, so finding that right hip shoulder area is going to be a good location for them.
Zane's own body, I think, got in the way of that one.
Yeah, he was clogging the middle, and just a little reflex volley from Koller was able to find the open court and get behind Navratil there.
So 2-1, Parenteau and Navratil. Nice shot. He goes to the backhand side, then finds the forehand of AJ Koller. Second serve.
AJ known for putting a little more air under his drops, really trusts, it gives him more time to get forward, and it really puts him in those hand speed battles, which he prefers.
AJ Koller getting way more aggressive in that rally, following his own ball in.
Yeah, right on cue. He really sprints to the kitchen line. At times, it makes him off balance, but the trade is it gets him closer and can play offense more often.
2-2. 2-2. Nice shot to the shoulder. One of the hard parts of your body to protect when you're on the pickleball court.
Yeah, did a good job of handcuffing Navratil there. Excellent location. It's not one that you can use too often, but when you use it just every now and then can really fool your opponents.
3-2-2.
Just enough soft stuff from Jessie Irvine. That one literally crawled over the net.
Yeah, Irvine's really starting to add a lot of spin and intention with her dinking, and it's allowing Koller to freely move. We talked about ways to set up your partner. Sometimes going for more on your dinks allows them to be more active. Yeah, we had a couple of switches during that point. A little matrix move by Irvine to finally get the point there.
She got real skinny real quick.
5-2-2.
5-2-2 now.
Side out.
In disbelief is AJ Koller.
Yeah, he got the kind of the ball he was looking for. It was maybe just slightly more stretched than he was hoping, but he can kind of smell it now, and they're starting to find their rhythm as a team now.
Trying to block that back, but a little too much under it.
Yep, wasn't able to get on top of that one like he needed to. Great attack by Catherine.
3-5-1. Second serve.
Navratil changed the intention of his shot there. Great job by Irvine to get that volley down and out of the strike zone for Navratil.
Side out.
Side out now for Koller and Irvine.
5-3-1. Second serve.
Just a miss there. You know, it's interesting. I was talking to Zane about playing with different partners, and it was in reference to the MLP event and how you have different partners. And he actually said he loves the challenge of finding chemistry, and also the fact that it's really fun to figure out exactly how you can play alongside someone. There's always a new energy when you have a new partner. Unwinding the stack is Parenteau and Zane Navratil.
Yeah, they really took the momentum back late in that second game, and they've kept it so far in this third game now.
You're serving. Yeah, he did. He did that one. He did that one. Did he get
So
out, Jesse?
again, they're just making sure they're in the right location with the right serve. So I believe things have been sorted now.
6-3-2.
6-3-2 is the score. Excuse me, 6-3 plus second serve.
Point.
Jessie Irvine was well prepared and anticipated that like it was nothing else.
Yeah, we talked about her cross-court dinking being one of the big parts of her game. The other part is her ability to set her feet and counterpunch very effectively.
Yeah, from 4 feet off the kitchen line, too.
She has plenty of power.
Jeez Louise.
Okay, a much-needed side out here for Navratil and Parenteau. Let's see if they can close the gap here.
Second serve.
That's not going to help Parenteau with the rare dinking error.
3-7-2.
Jessie decides to stay on the left. Jessie Irvine finds herself next to the post and the finisher.
Yeah, that's absolutely a huge point from Jessie Irvine. She really doesn't mind being in that cross-court pattern with Zane Navratil, but great recognition that that dink was going to come up her line, and she says, not today.
Point.
He had room.
Yeah, he did. You know, he got a little jumpy with his lower body, and when your lower body raises low to high, often the ball does as well, and can lead to a lot of those attacks floating long.
Jessie Irvine again.
And Navratil puts his hands in the air saying, how can you come up with such a good shot in that moment? We talked about Irvine not known for taking as many chances off the bounce. Perfectly timed and executed there.
Second serve.
You hear the conversation from Jessie Irvine there saying just put it in the middle of the court, but still plenty of pace
9-3-2.
on the side of Parenteau and Navratil. And some help from the net.
Yeah, not great fortune if you're Zane Navratil there. Doesn't seem like anything seems to be going his way. They still have a chance here, but match point for Irvine and Koller.
Ooh, AJ thought he had a walk-off from his partner.
It looked like it was going to be in the whole way. It slid just wide at the last second. New life here.
Side out for Navratil and Parenteau, and they get one back. Score is 10-3. They have a lot of work to do.
4-10-1.
Make it 4-10 now. Make it 5-10. Nice drive from Parenteau.
Yeah, oftentimes when teams have a big lead or a big deficit, rather, they opt for the drive, a little bit earlier offense, look for that shake and bake play to continue.
Wild angles hit on both sides of the court. Jessie Irvine finally calls this replay. That shot from Zane. Or the cut right there around the post.
Oh, this is why pickleball is so great. You just don't know how a point's going to unfold. Crazy one there.
Sliding to open up that backhand. 6-10.
Yeah, Koller was on it. He was just a little bit early and slightly cooked that one wide.
6-10-2.
Yeah, we talked about those, near the height of the net attacks definitely being ones that you can do, but if you hit them at full strength or full speed, they're usually going to go out on you.
Match point for Irvine and Koller.
Second serve.
Thought it was going to be on the backhand side. You saw her paddle location. Great shot from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, really good usage of the two-handed backhand. Looked like it fooled Irvine just a little bit there.
And the block lands just within the baseline. AJ Koller and Jessie Irvine found some magic after game one. They lost the first 1-11 and then came up with 2 games back to back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court. AJ Koller, Jessie Irvine have earned their spot in the semifinals. And guys, you lost a very definitive game 1, but it really felt like you found your energy and focus moving into games 2 and 3. Talk about that.
Yeah, I think we played about as bad as we could in that first game. Just survival mode kicked in. I'm terrified of Jessie. Actually, when we talked about playing together, we just said it's all right, but you got to win. So, I called my family this morning just to say, hey, if today doesn't go well, we've had a good run. So keep that in mind if you're trying to pick sides for next match, who to cheer for. Just keep me in your thoughts, and that's kind of how it's going to go.
That is right. You are debuting a brand new partnership together. You're set to play the majority of this year together. What are you focused on when you're playing with a new partner besides threatening him?
Keeping him on a short leash. Very, very short leash. But no, it's like he's good, and I gotta let him do what he does. But I always tell him every now and then smart choices. And but no, he is a great player because of his creativity and because he's out there threatening people and getting in their face and causing havoc. And I just got to be ready for his chaos. And if it's too much, then I'll give him a look, and he knows what that means. And we're just we're getting the hang of it. And I'm happy to be on to the next round.
Well, and one of the very few first points of the match, Zane appealed to you guys to overturn a call, which you then did, and you said, oh yeah, my ball was out. It's been called into question whether players should be allowed to make these types of personal appeals to each other. What's your stance on that?
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of it, obviously. I mean, we all know each other so well, and we see each other every weekend. So if you cheat someone one week, you got to look them in the face the next week. And big believer in the pickleball gods. Sometimes I like to just give one away, and he usually repays us.
All right, guys, congratulations. You're on to the semifinal. Good luck.
They lost twice to Vivienne David and Thomas Wilson in our first tournament of the year out at Mission Hills.
Lucy Kovalova gets us started. And Matt Wright emphatically out of the gate.
Yeah, and Kovalova and Wright are a team that want to get back to Sunday. They haven't been there in a little while. They certainly have the pedigree.
Once again, Matt Wright right down the middle. So many new pairings this year, Dave, but Kovalova and Wright, same old story.
Yes, and after this point, I'll share an answer to that with numbers. 124 and 57 is their record. That's a 685 winning percentage since June of 20. It's a lot of pickleball together.
And Matt Wright lets it go. So Kovalova and Wright all over their opponents here to start.
They're also partners off the court and on this court today. We have 3 Wichita, Kansas residents with Jay Devilliers on the other side. Only Callie Smith from Utah is not from Wichita right now. So a whole lot of Kansas going on.
Callie Smith to serve. This is also one of those matchups. You've got Kovalova and Smith, very close friends. Of course, they pair on the women's side.
Yeah, they'll be together tomorrow, but certainly not together right now.
Just long.
Yeah, and you also have the situation where Matt coaches those two when they're playing, if he's able. So there's a lot of familiarity on this court.
Matt Wright once again, and then you've got the two males, Matt Wright, Jay Devilliers, complete contrast as far as their style.
Yes. Going to have Wright just firing away.
First tourney attempt, Kovalova there for the stop. Oh, Lucy coming through.
What a defensive point by Lucy Kovalova there, because the Ernies from Devilliers don't usually come back. She kept it in play. That's the thing with pickleball. Make them hit one more ball.
Point.
Tremendous start here for Kovalova and Wright. And this is exactly what they were hoping for.
Devilliers finally able to put it away. Lucy very stubborn.
Yeah, and Kovalova and Wright are playing with those new paddles, 10mm carbon face. So this is the second tournament for those, so you get more comfortable with that as well. And she is firing that forehand third right now.
Oh, the quick hands of Matt Wright. Little shake of the head to go with it.
Yeah, so the enthusiasm, bravado, if you will, from the Michigan Wolverine. That's when it's going well, and they look fantastic to start here.
Devilliers comes right back. I have a feeling we're going to see quite a duel between these two male players.
Yeah, we will. And just to clarify on the paddle situation, when I say 10mm, that's the thickness of that. So a much thinner paddle. Callie Smith on the other side using a 16mm Onyx paddle.
Oh, Lucy threatened the Ernie. Matt stays at home and takes care of business.
So Devilliers is always going to sit heavy with his forehand in the middle, so you can go inside out and beat him on the back side. And that is what Matt Wright did beautifully there. Didn't have to overhit it.
Second serve here for Callie Jo Smith. And right that time, can't bring it back.
Yeah, might have saved Devilliers there. That ball had a lot on it and a high trajectory.
Kovalova into the net. Now starting to even up just a little bit.
3-7-2.
And that one goes long. So from 7-1 to 7-4.
And same idea there. Matt Wright cheating in the middle. You go behind him. You get the backhand error on the drive. Smart shot selection from Devilliers.
Now make it 5 in a row.
And they're going to play at 100 miles an hour while this run is going on.
Right. Oh, miscommunication there. That rarely happens.
Yeah, despite the 181 matches that I mentioned before, there was still that middle ball. The other problem they're having is they're unwinding the stack, so drives are going into it, and that's when runs can happen.
Oh, how about this run, Dave? This is special. Callie Jo with a point.
And Kovalova and Wright are a team that don't like to have Lucy on the other side of the court, so they're going to keep doing this. But this is quite a run.
Now Devilliers attacking, and they have got their first lead.
Again, players on the move, you want to hit them the ball. It's much harder to hit a ball when you're not set, and it's setting the table.
Devilliers a little bit long that time, and Matt Wright lets him know.
Yeah, he will be at the Comedy Store tonight here in Phoenix as well with his antics. But that's part of that. He wants the crowd to get behind him, especially after that humongous run from Devilliers and Smith.
And Lucy, a little bit heavy-handed that time.
Yeah, reached in. That ball was very low. Now cross court gives you a little more width because of the depth of the shot, but still too long. And a missed serve. So you want to talk about a 180 in a match, Drew. Wow.
Momentum clearly flipped. Devilliers coming all the way over. Oh, wow.
And Devilliers is high-fiving people in the crowd now. That's tremendous pickleball.
He is a showman, isn't he?
9-7.
And he wants to keep the crowd on his side as well while Matt's talking to him. Just tremendous pickleball.
Second serve.
And again, when you are unwinding the stack, the pressure of the return is harder because you have to move all the way across as well. So it's harder to keep that deep. Matt Wright executed it perfectly there, and that's a ball Devilliers should have taken in the middle there with the forehand. That's a tough ball for Callie Smith.
7-9-1.
So now Matt Wright to serve. They trail 9-7. Game one. Lucy hits it long. Everything going right out of the gate, and all of a sudden they just have not been able to really get on track.
7-9-2.
Devilliers a little inside out.
Again, that aggressive male is going to have that paddle in the middle of the court, and you can leave that paddle and then just tilt it back a little bit, slide it into the open court. Devilliers, great job, and they're still on an odd number, so Wright is going to have to come racing across again.
Wright can't lift it, and now it's game point.
9 in a row, Drew.
10-7-1.
Wright, oh, dropped a dime that time.
So if they're going to drive it at Lucy every time, odds are that's going to be where the ball goes. That's a tremendous read by Wright and a great finish.
Second serve here for Callie Jo Smith. Another chance to put the game away. And Jay Devilliers does the honors. What a game.
Yeah, so the new partnership looked very, very, very much in trouble.
Back here at the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open, Drew Felios, Dave Fleming. The energy in this stadium is something else here on this Friday. Happy to have you along for the ride.
Side out.
Had a great day yesterday, Dave, but you can clearly sense the difference today.
Yeah, the fans are packed in. We got 4 people on the 44 by 20 today, and you get more of the firefights. It's just electric out there.
Matt Wright waiting to get those feet set.
Yeah, and he took over the beginning of game 1. He was firing away with that new Onyx paddle, and that went away quickly. Let's see if he can get it back.
Callie Smith tied up Lucy that time.
Yeah, the third's got to get down. That's a ball that any of the top players, Callie especially with the power she has, is going to put right at your feet.
And Matt comes right back. Dave, any adjustments you think Matt and Lucy can make?
Yeah, I think, when they are on an odd number, they need to figure out how does Matt protect Lucy a little bit. We saw him cut in front at the end there to help with that, but they cannot let that ridiculous run happen again. A few net cords wouldn't hurt as well. So you know, this is a veteran team. Just remember what got you to 7-1 here.
3-0-2.
And 3-0. So another fast start. Wright can't do anything with that.
The other ridiculous thing about this match is it's going so fast because there have been very few side outs.
Matt Wright, nice answer, that little flick.
Yeah, and he would say, and I agree, that he's got a hands advantage against Devilliers up there, so that's a great pull from Kovalova. Just get Matt Wright involved.
Drops right in front, more help from the net.
And you're like, couldn't he get there? But you're so set for something else that your body just can't get there, and it just dribbles over. That's just, sometimes the pickleball gods aren't your friend.
Another great hands battle. Devilliers gets the better.
Yeah, that's a ball Kovalova loves to take a big crack at with the two-hander.
2-3-2.
Devilliers into the net.
Head shaking going on again, but Devilliers in front of him is sitting on the backhand, so you want to find that paddle side right hip there, as Matt Wright did. Well executed.
There's those vintage hands coming through once again.
And we saw him go to the two-handed backhand attack there, which you don't see a lot from Matt Wright. So some new tricks with the new paddle. I like it.
4-2-1.
You know, a lot of players mid-40s, you start thinking senior time.
Yeah,
not the case.
I don't want
Matt
him in
Wright.
there. Stay out of our league here, man. You're doing great, Matt.
I think he would agree. As long as those hands are as fast as they are, play forever.
Absolutely.
5-2-2. Point.
Another flurry here for Matt Lucy.
Unbelievable adjustment from Kovalova. When you're sitting backhand and then you have the ball go off the net and you got to find that on a forehand, that is a not easy shot right there from Kovalova.
Now 7-2. So Matt and Lucy starting to open it up once again.
And Matt's head is like a reverse bobblehead going sideways with the no. And Matt is back to the way he was when they were up 7-1 in game one, being the aggressor.
Devilliers, was it in? No, just a little bit long.
8-2-2. 1 minute. 2-2.
Yeah, side outs are rare, and that's not typically what happens in pickleball. This is points, points, and more points, and I love it.
Right on that speed up, successful once again.
And you mentioned the friendship, and there are no friends right now. Matt Wright has no problem staring down Callie Smith.
Everybody knows Matt Wright can play pickleball, but in 2022, he kind of became that vocal force as well on the court.
Yeah, paired up with Riley Newman, those two certainly have a lot to say to their partners and to their opponents. And here we are at game point.
Devilliers can extend just a little bit longer here.
2-10-1.
Matt Wright feeling it right now.
Second serve.
Yeah, and the fact that they're on an even number, don't have to switch. Very comfortable here.
Callie, tremendous.
Yeah, Lucy got caught. She sits on the backhand, so the right side of her body is where you want to attack in a wild windshield wiper save, but Callie Smith crushed the next one.
See if Jay and Callie can get some points back. Not on this point.
And the Kovalova fist went to the penthouse there. That's when you know she's feeling confident.
First time we've seen it. Matt Wright, just beautiful right down the line. That was surgical. Smith and Jay Devilliers trying to pull this one out. I dare you to try and pick a winner in this match. It's had a little bit of everything, fast and furious. Callie strikes first.
Yeah, so if the dink is up and he's sitting middle, where do you want to go? To his left side. So it's not always an attack to the paddle side hip, especially to a guy with the forehand in the middle.
Callie able to score the first point.
And it really has been the team that's been the aggressor, and very aggressive Callie Smith here. And point number 1 scored for those two.
Usually in a match like this, we've seen a little bit of everything. Is the experience factor when you get to this point a huge one?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you have 4 experienced players, but you only have 1 experienced team.
Oh, how did Jay dig that one out?
So he thought that ball has to stay wide. It doesn't, and he goes for a backhand reverse hit and then still handles the ball off the net. That's how athletic this guy is.
2-0. And Wright misfires.
Yeah, a ambitious choice by Callie Smith is rewarded by Matt taking a huge swing at that. And here we go again with a huge run to start the 3rd game.
And that one hit wide by Devilliers.
Devilliers needs to hammer that ball. It was up. He went for a little more dainty than he should have there. That should have been hammered straight ahead at Kovalova. He was in a great spot to get to 4.
Side out back now to Kovalova and Wright. Another tag that time. You see the close friendship of Lucy and Callie. That one stung.
Even the scoreboard says sorry. Not sorry. Love it.
In the corner. Perfectly placed.
And even though this is their 2nd tournament together, they're where they're moving. Devilliers protects on the switch, and then Smith slides over to Phil after the Ernie. That's beautiful movement from a new team.
Yeah, they are so fluid right now.
Second serve.
A little too much on that one from Devilliers.
Yeah, the concern here is you're all amped up. You're ahead. You got it. This is the time to go. We will switch sides at 6 here in game 3.
What are they going to do with that one?
You have got to be kidding me. That shot went over. Callie Smith, her face is like, I have no idea what happened here. It hits the tape, and it had so much spin on it, it rolls into the crowd. This is nuts.
I'll recall the score. Yes. 4-0.
Little luck never hurts in a tournament like this. Wright trying to finish. Oh. Oh, wow. Finally.
Just tip of your cap to the defense of Callie Smith. I mean, if you don't think this is a physical sport, what a battle there. You have to hit 11 winners on a point to win a rally here, Drew.
Take a deep breath. Devilliers with that Ernie attempt doesn't score it, but Smith is there to take care of it.
Yeah, I like the ball before that Kovalova went behind Devilliers, but now you've welcomed him to that side. If you go back there again, he's already there. He read it, Ernie'd. Smart job by Devilliers.
Still looking for their first points here in this game.
Side out.
And a side out coming. If you're Lucy and Matt, you call timeout here.
I mean, it's that decision about, we know we get a free one at 6, so see how they do on this point right here. They're not huge timeout callers. They call some.
Second
They
serve.
like to play through it some of the time. Many teams would have on that wild shot just to go, okay, we need the gods to remember where there's 2 teams out here.
Point.
Lucy can't return it. Another point. It's 5-0.
So I think they're having that decision here, and
5-0-2.
instead they're going to play through it here.
Wright was waiting for it. Little flick of the wrist.
Yeah, and I thought Callie Smith was in good position in the cross-court dinks there and chose to speed that ball up pretty low. Matt Wright ready to go. So see if they can get on the board.
That ball caught a piece of the net. Callie able to get a paddle on it, but then it was Lucy there to finish it off.
Big telegraph from the Frenchman of going to the two-hander, which he sped up, and Kovalova slides and just is sitting on the two-y and just drills it.
Now 2 in a row for Matt and Lucy. That was a big shot.
Yeah, and again, it's discipline, Drew. They've been winning by keeping Matt out of game 3. Speeding up in the middle or speeding it up into the Kovalova two-hander will set off another run, and we're 2 points into it here.
Callie Joe is long. Now some momentum for Kovalova and Wright.
And you see Devilliers and Smith switched on that. Chose not to switch on the point, and now they're going to go back to switching.
Lucy able to run it down. Devilliers drops it like it's hot.
Second serve.
That's a tremendous gap from Kovalova. Devilliers sick of trying to hit it through these two.
3-5-2.
But the challenge is you got to go up, get the ball, and then get out of the kitchen and still be set. That's smart pickleball from Devilliers.
Please come to the red table.
And that's a little bit wide. So Wright able to sneak one in there within 1 here.
Yeah, and Matt's happy to remind him with 4 times saying out and a point. And again, the playing through it decision is paying off here.
Please come to the bottom middle stand.
Oh, a little help from the net. Callie Joe, another sorry, not sorry.
Because Kovalova and Wright got exactly what they wanted. Kovalova's just sitting there ready to hammer that two-handed backhand and caught the tape.
5-4-1.
Lady Luck's been on Callie Smith's side in game 3.
An easy one for Wright. Second serve here.
Yeah, so if they are going to shake it and bake it, this shake from Devilliers needs to be at Kovalova and way lower.
So many changes in momentum we've had in this match. And right now it's on the side clearly of Kovalova and Wright.
Yeah, it comes down to who provides an attackable ball in these cross-court dinks with Kovalova and Smith.
Very close, Dave.
Just out. So you got the partners squaring off cross-court. Who can get a ball to get their offense going and set up their male partner? It's been the key to this whole match.
There's Callie picking just the right opportunity.
And again, those dinks have to be shallow because both these ladies know they play next to each other. They're going to play together tomorrow. That if you leave it up, pain is coming.
Oh, into the net that time.
Yeah, know a couple of human beings that hope this goes 21-19 in the third. That's Anna Bright and Riley Newman, who get the winner in the semis.
Matt Wright has not had a lot of Ernie opportunities today.
But he gets one, and then he gets to hit his second ball, just hanging out waiting for the bus to come by. What a shot.
6-4-2.
Just long.
So the side switch works as a momentum, slows everything down for Wright and Kovalova. Let's see if they can build on it.
Oh, I think Lucy surprised Jay a little bit with that shot.
And that's what I want. I would, if I'm coaching her, go behind him. Don't go there 2 times in a row because he'll jump it, then move the ball back there. And he tried a very high risk shot.
Lucy standing tall, but just hits it a little bit long.
That's an execution issue, not a choice. I love her. She's got the 2E cocked and ready to really rip it.
5-6-2.
Just didn't get on top of the second 2-handed backhand there.
Need one to tie. And Devilliers able to cross her up. So side out, it'll be Callie Jo Smith serving now with a 6-5 lead. And that is on the line. Well done, Lucy.
Again, sitting there with the 2-handed backhand ready to block. Beautiful job by Kovalova.
Devilliers able to score, extending.
Again, Kovalova went behind Devilliers and then tried a little one-handed punch, but that was up in the no-go zone of Callie Smith.
Second serve here, 2-point lead.
We have to have all spectators off the court. Some players are complaining about safety. Need all spectators off the boards. If not to allow it, as long as it's not become a problem, it's not a problem. All spectators off the boards.
Wright and Devilliers battling, and Matt Wright has the final say.
So very smart pickleball, and this is how they ran them over in game number 2. You see Kovalova sliding, she's faking Ernie's. That puts the ball in the middle of the court to the Matt Wright forehand, and then he can attack.
Ooh, a little bit wide that time from Matt Wright. He thought he had it.
Yeah, that is a danger. You have to be so precise, and that was the perfect location, the right hip. Matt Wright could not get around it.
And Lucy can't do anything with that one. Devilliers.
So again, if you hit what's a dink without anything on it, and it's just sitting there attackable, it's a showdown between Wright and Devilliers of who can get after one of those. That's why this cross-court dinking is so critical, to leave it in a safe place.
Little shake of the head again from Matt Wright. Second serve coming up.
Again, the target was the right hip of Devilliers, and he hit it exactly. Give that man a stuffed animal.
Wright drops it in again. It goes right back.
Double bounce.
And I think it bounced twice.
Side out.
So, not up was the call.
I really got it. I didn't think you did.
Double bounce.
So that's the debate. There is not replay, so there will be no challenge of anything here. Only on Sunday.
5-7-1.
Wright was very much in control of that, no matter what.
Just sense right now, Jay Devilliers is fired up, Dave.
Yeah, and he sees this opportunity. He's got his new partner, Callie Joe Smith. Again, as I mentioned, they played very well in the first tournament. They just ran into the red-hot duo of Vivienne David and Thomas Wilson twice.
Oh, Callie got caught.
And that's when you wish you had the Inspector Gadget arm and it could just extend a little bit, because the read was perfect, but Wright just put it far enough out of Callie's reach.
Oh, right down the middle. And it's getting feisty right now on the court.
As well it should, Drill. A little fist pump. Smith and Devilliers are going to slow this down.
7-2, 1 minute.
On day 2.
Slows the ball down just a bit.
7-all game 3. And Lucy misfires.
And the timeout effective there to get the ball back.
7-7-1.
Wright just did not give up.
He did not give up, and you know, that's the thing, the discipline of picking the right ball. If you go into Matt Wright there, you're asking for trouble. Callie went there and paid the price.
Matt once again. Little shake of the finger, too.
Shake of the fingers, calls it out 4 times. Crowd loves it.
7-7-1.
They got pickleball and a 30-minute stand-up set from Matt Wright here.
Swinging away freely here is Matt Wright. You know, one of the great matches of 2022 was that doubles match with Julian Arnold in North Carolina. Yes. Maybe the best smack-talking match ever.
Yeah, it was nonstop between those two. And that's when Matt Wright's going well, is when he's got all of it, including the chat.
Second serve.
Oh, Lucy short there.
See if they return it to Lucy and make her hit another one while it's already in her head.
Oh, Callie can't return it.
They did, and that was a very nervy drive, but it was up, and Callie Smith had a ball that just sort of handcuffed her a little bit.
Oh, a little help that time. They haven't gotten much help from the net.
But what a time to get it. They're saying they're owed 5 or 10 more. And after switching, being down 6-4, this is match point.
Oh, it's in. Jay Devilliers pulls the string.
I know everybody watching once more, so Devilliers delivers.
Oh, unfortunate that time.
Same guy.
Oh.
7-10-2.
Smith and Devilliers got to dig deep here.
Look at him smiling.
Lucy comes up with another big shot. Second match point coming up as Kovalova serves. Paddles collide, no problem. Oh, Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova, they dealt with the adversity on that point, and they found a way as they did the entire match.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court. Matt Wright, Lucy Kovalova. You're headed to the to the semifinals, guys. That was such a match of runs. It was crazy to see such a long match of 3 games only go almost 45 minutes. What was going on there?
Yeah, I thought there were a lot of good reflex exchanges in that match. We were trying to be the aggressor, speed up when we can. I felt like Lucy can get in, if she can get in that cross court, I think that's good for us too. Jocelyn's so athletic, so you have to keep him a little bit honest. But yeah, it was a good one.
Well, a 7-1 lead in game 1. They came back and won 11-7. How do you mentally recover and come back to win a dominant game 2 and 3?
Well, yes, we had a big lead in the first game, and then somehow we blink of an eye, it was 7-11. So, we just started a new game, and it's just like, okay, well, now we have to put it together. And then I don't even remember the score of the second game, but we played much better.
Well, guys, you're debuting your brand new Onyx look of paddles. Is there anything new to the construction as well?
Yeah, so this is carbon fiber face, polypropylene core. We've been working on it for a while. They just got approved about a week and a half ago, so we're very excited. I think it gives us a little more pop in our game, a little more spin. So we're real happy to be playing with it, but still adjusting. These things take time after you play with another one for 3 or 4 years. But I think slowly but surely we're getting there.
I think you just told all the fans they better go to the store and take a look at one of these paddles themselves. Good luck later, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know you're excited, ladies and
Those
gentlemen.
two are still trying to figure it out. They've only ever played one other tournament, and they won it. They won Vegas in September of 2021, so the expectation is gold. You heard Koller in the post-game after the quarterfinal interview saying, folks, look out, she's going to stare through me, and she said he's on a tight leash. Let's see if that is still the case.
Off we go. First semifinal.
Side up.
And a side out to Ben Jansen.
And then on the other side, these two debuted at this tournament last year and then started the rampage.
Have not looked back ever since.
Second serve.
And is that out? Yes, it is.
And a Ben John sighting on the right side of the court in the second rally of the match. How about that?
0-0-2.
Due to the switch, that won't happen much, but Leigh would love to throw him over there a time or two.
Point.
First point of the match.
Yeah, Irvine was just not committed to that. Tried to go inside out and just let that ball sort of eat her up a little bit.
AJ Koller sneaks one in. Dave, you talk about Jessie Irvine keeping a team together. With AJ, you never quite know what you're going to get, do you?
And that's a challenge for Irvine, who plays a very tactically consistent game. But the talent and that little bit of chemistry issue, it started getting much better at the end of the quarters, and the electricity that Koller brings will set up Jessie for a lot of her best stuff too.
1-0-1.
Hits it a little long that time.
Point.
2-0 here out of the gates.
2-0-1.
Leigh short on the return that time. Second serve here.
2-0-2.
And this one just wide. Side out now to Koller and Irvine.
Yeah, I think it's important to just stay connected if you're Irvine and Koller, and also stay connected. Don't let a big lead happen.
Second serve.
And make some thirds while we're at it.
A.J. Koller, the former hockey player.
2-2.
Ben Jansen, easy tap.
Yeah, and the speed up from Leigh Waters sets up that rather interesting choice of finish there. Could have clobbered it anywhere, just went simple inside out.
Point.
AJ can't return it. And now 3 straight here for Waters and Johns.
3-0-1. Second serve.
Yeah, and you'll hear the partner communication from Ben Johns. You'll hear him say coming, meaning he left that third up a little bit, so be ready to block and play defense. Those little things matter.
Leigh.
I mean, one talented woman, but running full speed one way and then trying to go inside out back the other way is insane degree of difficulty. Couldn't pull it off.
And AJ short, second serve here.
A little stare down from Jessie there. Was ready to just drop that off the backhand. So we'll keep an eye on these two.
0-3-2.
Oh, Ben Johns, easy pickings that time. Side out coming up.
Yeah, that's just not a good shot choice from Irvine to speed that up in the middle when Ben Johns is in front of her.
3-0-1.
And a little help from the net that time. So it's 4-0. Irvine Koller once again slow starters as they were in their last match against Parenteau and Navratil. And Dave, if they don't start well here, and right now they're not, it's going to be much harder to recover against this team than the last.
Against the cream of the crop, the top seed, that one next to their name is a significant one.
Finally, AJ able to smoke one past Ben.
Yeah, and you've got to stick to what you do well, which is Koller being a menace in the middle of the court, and Koller looking for Irvine to set him up, not trying to do everything himself, and that's what makes Irvine a little bit nervous in this pairing.
But you got to have those right there.
Yep. Yeah, and your unforced errors versus an opponent of this caliber have to be close to 0, and they haven't been that so far in this match.
Ben Johns saw that one coming, and it's 7-0.
Yeah, and the body language is starting to get close to uncomfortable on that side. So one thing you can do when you feel your body language is lacking, call a timeout.
Just about perfect so far for Leigh Waters and Ben Johns. A touchdown lead right now on Irvine and Koller. Is that the point that gets them back in it?
You know, it's a big confidence booster. You call timeout, slow this down. Now you get a stop, and just get that 0 out of there. Just let's go play. That's a beautiful finish from Irvine there.
Oh, Ben in such great control during that point.
Yeah. And it's Irvine who tried to beat him down the line, and he was just sitting there ready. And again, it's not that one, and it's oftentimes not the second one. It's the third one that finishes.
Does she get a part of the line?
It looks like the answer is yes. Now we'll see. Now we'll see. Okay, we got one. Keeping Ben honest there. Great ball from Irvine.
Good job by Jessie. AJ also pitches in, but Irvine can't return it off that back line.
So this team with the on and odd, they will switch sides when AJ is running. I doubt they will when Jessie is running. We'll see.
I saw that long. Second serve.
Okay. So indeed, this is what we will see. So Koller will stay on the right side with Irvine returning.
Oh, Jessie's going to want that one back for sure.
And the reason for that is you don't want to see what we saw in the last match when Devilliers and Smith were just firing away at that person on the run.
Side out.
Set long from Ben.
1-8-1. Second serve.
More unforced errors. Again, Dave, you said it. That number has got to come down if you're Koller and Irvine.
1-8-2. Side out.
Yeah, and making it's one thing, but making it and it's high just puts you in so much trouble. And Koller came in fast. He has the hands to deal with that, but that's a difficult proposition.
Koller.
Which side has Ben playing?
Oh, wow. Ben Johns poaching to the extreme.
Is it Thursday? Is it Thursday? I thought singles was on Thursday, Drew. Just ridiculous. You know, we do have the Super Bowl in town. You mentioned the touchdown lead. We had I formation that entire point.
And Irvine's going to hit wide.
So now you have a confident Ben Johns. He's not a showman from the standpoint of playing to the crowd like we saw in the last match, but he knows points like that get a rise out of everybody, and then his confidence rises with it.
Second serve.
And one of Koller's best shots of the game right there. That's the thing with Ben. Dave, there's just moments where he can just simply take over.
Yes. Now you saw that Irvine is not going to let them switch.
And now Annalie Waters, don't forget the #1 female player in the world, reminding us why.
Absolutely, and these two have already both punched a ticket to Sunday in singles. They want to get there with a victory here, and that is a convincing throttling of Irvine and Koller. 16 on the 26th of January, and to go with the medals and the checks and the trophies, how about a Range Rover, Drew? So hasn't driven it. She's been here, so she'll be back in Florida. Looking forward to that, and just here we go, right? Starting off just as strong, and we had very interesting body language during the break. All smiles and laughs from Waters and Johns, and very stoic on the other side.
Lob that time from Annalie, a little off balance.
0-1-1.
Ben Johns just teased one up. Second serve coming up.
Yeah, and you can see Jessie Irvine a little frustrated over there. The middle ball hasn't been perfectly figured out. That one before that, they were both kind of going, and then kind of is a bad word in this. You want to be definitive on who's got it, and then Ben broke the ball off the video scoreboard.
0-1-2.
And that's a little bit wide. Koller thought it was in, not the case.
Yeah, look wide from where we sit here, and they keep returning to Koller. And again, you need to be 100% or darn close to it on the thirds. We already have a missed third on the first service game, or first service opportunity here in game 2.
Oh, Ben John's quick as a cat.
And he's waving the wand. I mean, he is feeling fantastic out on that court right now. He's everywhere.
Second serve.
Speaking of football, how would he do during those linebacker drills? That lateral movement back and forth.
I think the coaches would be very proud, and then he'd get slammed by a 300-pound lineman, and that'd be the end of our goat.
Point.
Yeah, I'd love him here on the pickleball court.
Yes.
3-0 now here in game 2.
3-0-2. Point.
Well, every new team going to face some adversity. Right now you're seeing it with Koller and Irvine.
And they dug out of it in their last match on almost the exact scoreboard.
Side out.
Okay, we had a paddle tap, so at least there's some connectivity, and that is so important in doubles. Oh, and a Burt. So we have Ernie's when you jump the kitchen in front of yourself, but when you go in front of your partner, that's a Burt. Welcome to Sesame Street, everybody. And same guy.
1-4-2. Side out.
Jessie wanted that one, hit it a little too hard.
Yeah, she keeps seeing Ben bouncing around and trying to drive a ball through these two, and it just hasn't been effective. That one well deep.
Just watching this match, has Ben made one error throughout the match?
Well, he did miss that return a couple of moments ago, so other than that, he's been on point, and Leigh is a tremendous partner to have next to you to clean it up if you do put a ball in a bad spot.
Nicely done from AJ.
And this is, you see just a little frustration from Ben there, and that's the level of intensity he's bringing to his own game there. Even up 11-1, 5-1, he's not happy with the height of his thirds.
Side out.
So I'm going to blame you here, Drew. You brought it up, and the guy's falling apart. He missed the third and the dink.
That sportscaster jinx,
yes.
It is real. Open court now. Oh, how about the quick hands? Just wide.
Just unreal. Koller's doing everything in his power to win one rally here, and Leigh and Ben are everywhere.
1-5-2.
Leigh can't return it.
Nice deep serve again. With the switch and a serve that deep, you have to make a big run to the other side of the court. That's a good start to that point from Irvine.
Side out.
Trying to keep that momentum going, but side out coming up. Ben Johnson to serve here.
5-2-1. Second
Little
serve.
luck that time from Jessie Irvine.
Perfect return.
5-2-2.
Everything going well for A.J. Koller.
I mean, Koller can't believe he was so far ahead on that rally, had them both back, smokes one, and Annalie's able to put it in a good spot. And then the mistake Koller did is he let them and welcomed them. He threw a mat down for them to come in on that next volley, and that was it.
Now just too much bad.
Yeah, and that's great dinking cross court from Anna-Leigh Waters to give that opening. We saw that was the key to the last match we had as well. Oh my.
Oh, good job by AJ to go and get it, but cannot get it back.
Okay, World, it's 11-1, 8-2. It was 7-2 at the time, and he's throwing up third shot lobs, and it was perfect. We'll see, but stranger things have happened. Just the pressure of the man in the blue hat is extraordinary.
9-2-2.
Tweener? No, yes.
Something I saw yesterday, Dave, I want to share with the audience. Everybody had left. People were just cleaning up this venue. Ben Johns was out there dinking after a day of singles play.
Yeah, I saw the same thing you did. He was working on comfort. I know he made it to Championship Sunday. It was a little choppy. And then he went out and played some mixed doubles with our Hannah Johns, his sister, as well. So full family affair. He'll play with CJ, Colin Johns, his brother, tomorrow.
But you got the sense he maybe wasn't at his best yesterday, and that's what the great ones do, right? Stay afterward, work
Find it.
A little extra.
And Anna-Leigh Waters just paints the line there.
So now Johns to serve, a 9-3 lead, trying to put this one away and get ready for Championship Sunday. And now they're 1 point away from doing just that.
Yep, and again, you see, I expect Irvine will just stay on her side here. Beautiful third by Anna-Leigh there.
Just too much Ben Johns. Anna-Leigh Waters playing stellar as well. Koller and Irvine a bit overwhelmed, 11-1, 11-3.
Yeah, you see a team that's trying to figure it out. And anytime you hear an interview, there's some tension even after a big quarterfinal win, and then you run into the top seed.
Thanks, Drew. Back to Championship Court here. Ben Johns, Anna-Leigh Waters heading to Championship Sunday. Guys, you played nearly flawless pickleball out there in this last match, which was working so well for you guys.
You know, I think we just played with a lot of energy, and when we have good energy and we're kind of all over the court, I think that benefits us very well. So I think that was kind of a showing of maximum energy.
Well, Anna-Leigh Waters, I saw you scoot over, sneak onto the left earlier today in some of your early round matches. What was going on there?
Yeah, I mean, I love playing the left. I'm trying to work on my flick. Ben's been teaching it to me. In that match, I was just letting Ben do his thing, and I was just kind of over on the right as far as I could. So it really changed from the first match with me like going onto the left to me being on the right and like on the sideline.
I think you did a lot more than just scoot over, Anna-Leigh. But guys, with that, you're coming off of dual triple crowns from the Masters. What are the chances you can do it again this time around?
You know, that's always the goal, but you know, it's one match at a time, and we still got a whole day tomorrow and a couple finals on Sunday, so just gonna recover and focus on those.
All right, guys, good luck.
Selkirk now the title sponsor of that event, the Red Rock Open. Always fun year in and year out, and we are underway. Kovalova and Wright, Newman and Bright.
Big issue in this match is Newman and Wright will be very comfortable switching sides of the court. Kovalova and Wright will not switch positions the entire time.
Side out. 0-1-1.
So we'll see if Wright and Newman drive the ball into that moving target, and they are driving the third.
It's going to be a little bit long. First point for Wright and Newman.
And not, as I mentioned, they're just going to play this straight up, meaning they're going to just switch sides of the court after each point here.
Point.
How about Anna Bright, rising star in this great game.
2-1-1.
Former Cal tennis star. Started pickleball October 2021. Incredible strides she has made quickly.
And unlike a lot of the tennis players, she came in and was great at doubles. A lot of them come in and are really good at singles because it's more similar to tennis. She picked up the doubles game brilliantly. Talked to her a lot again at Media Day that I've mentioned, and she said, you know what, I had great hands in tennis, and it's not as big a differentiator. It sure is in pickleball.
Riley Newman with the finish.
Again, first time partnership, but just oozing with talent.
Oh, how did Riley bail himself out of that?
So that's the point construction Kovalova and Wright want. Push him back.
2-1-1.
Kovalova Ernie's. That gets you a forehand from Matt Wright. They just couldn't finish it. Sometimes the ball off the tape gives you a great look at an ATP. That time Wright actually overran it. You just want to be patient with that ball. It's hard to when you feel like you're in a hurry.
And hit just a little bit long by Newman. And let's give a shout out to our officials. Great to hear the voice of the great Don Stanley. Marissa De Peralta also pitching in.
Yes. The other thing we have going on here in the last match, it was Lucy Kovalova's partner, Callie Smith, on the other side. In this match, it's Matt Wright's partner, Riley Newman, on the other side. They will play together tomorrow.
Sun out. Two, 1-1. Second serve. Two, 1-2.
Beauty from Lucy. It's in.
Yeah, and again, she fades, which means she slides her body towards the sideline and sits on that backhand and wants you to speed it up at her. Beautiful job from Kovalova.
There's Riley sneaking one in.
1-2-2.
That one just long. Side out.
Yeah. Footwork betrayed Lucy there, and then went for a hope shot down the line.
Second serve.
And into the net that time from Anna Bright. You mentioned Riley making that trip out of the country. You know, he is close to home here, though, in the Phoenix area.
No doubt. Yeah, it literally just gotten back a couple days ago, but it's nice that then that next spot isn't one of the others that we showed right there. You can sleep in your own bed.
Nicely done by Kovalova. Can you imagine, Dave, what that conversation was like? Riley and Lindsay no longer playing together, at least this season on the tour.
Yeah, I mean, family is really important to those two, and they decided that this is what's best for the individual. She played with James Ignatowicz today. That's a very good player. It's just not her brother, and not arguably the second best player in the world.
Great recovery by Newman. Anna Bright can't put it over.
So I think you've seen switching sides a lot here, have Bright and Newman, and what's going to be the comfort level? Who's covering the middle when I'm playing this half, then I'm playing the other half, and getting the footwork and the positioning figured out? That's when this team will get really good.
Too much Matt Wright.
You mentioned Lindsay Newman. He won multiple gold medals with her when Riley played the right side, which is not typically where you find the male because his two-handed backhand in the middle is so effective.
Matt Wright teeing off again. I guarantee you we have not seen the last of Riley and Lindsay. Just changing things up just a bit for now.
And what we're seeing right now is what we saw in the comeback in the quarterfinal, is Matt Wright playing the aggressor, and it is working. And Lucy Kovalova not making any critical errors and being able to put the ball in places that sets up her partner on and off the court. What's the strategy discussion? This is a relationship that's built over time.
Oh, what a point.
And the rare Lucy Kovalova sighting on the left side, and finishes with a beautiful two-handed backhand.
7-3-1.
And now Anna Bright, a little bit of a funk on the near side with Bright and Newman.
Yep, and they're going to switch out of that. So the funk on the left will, hopefully for them, go away if she's on the right side.
Lucy hits wide. Second serve here. Kovalova will serve.
And they're going to switch Bright here again over to the right side.
Yeah, it seems like when Anna Bright came on to the Carvana PPA Tour, she came with a lot of height, didn't she?
Absolutely, and she's backed it up. She played last week with Anna Leigh Waters, and they wrecked the field in women's doubles.
Some ground to make up here. Oh, Anna was challenged. She held up well, but too much right.
Yeah, and that's, you don't want to feed that monster across from you. Some tremendous defense earlier in that point. Then you want to just settle down and get back in there and try and get Riley Newman going.
Yeah, right now, Riley's just not touching enough balls. And Lucy's fist is in the air at the moment.
It is. Penthouse, please. And she's been really smart going behind him as he's creeping into the middle when they do put him on the left side. And a misfire, significant misfire from Newman there.
It's 9-3. All Kovalova and Wright here in game one.
Second serve.
And finally, Riley able to sneak one in.
And it's again, can you have the discipline to play the way you need to win. Kovalova chose to speed that up right into that pancake grip, and Newman, you don't want to do it.
Now we're seeing this new team start to gel.
Yep, so he's trying to get it going. And again, it's make the ball bounce in front of Anna Bright, and it's Matt that gets to jump in. If not, it's Riley Newman who's the problem.
Critical side out here for Bright and Newman. Lucy not going to let that momentum overflow.
No, because if Matt's that far over, her feet were straddling the sideline. To her right is out. She's just sitting on the backhand.
ATP and Anna Bright successfully challenges Matt Wright.
Yeah, we haven't heard that vocal Anna Bright that we know's in there after a couple, and the scoreboard has a lot to do with that.
Overcooked it. So just 1 point scored, but I like what I just saw there with Bright and Newman. Skates across the net, comes back.
And again, it's going to be that grind of which of the ladies can win that cross-court dink or catch the guy or get that setup.
Get another opportunity coming up here.
4-1. Second serve.
Choosing to drive the third shot and drop the fifth, but that drop was way too high. Great finish from Kovalova.
Now that's just long. We saw Newman and Bright against David and Wilson earlier today. One of the most entertaining matches of this event thus far.
No question about it.
All right.
So again, choices. This ball right here puts Riley in a really tough spot.
But not that time.
No, and again, if Kovalova keeps it up, and I think you hear some of Arizona's faithful cheering for their hometown boy here, trying to get him going because he loves to play to the crowd more than anybody.
No, you went in.
And just a little wide. Don Stanley on top of it. The foot of Kovalova hit the line.
Yes, and then that scary alarm that is the Don Stanley football call. I hope everyone's okay out there listening.
That will certainly wake you up. Into the net from Wright. Here we go, Dave.
Yeah, and I think we had a little paddle clank there as Wright stepped in. He was in great position to finish that.
Oh, Newman wanted that one.
Some great digs from Anna Bright earlier in that rally.
That's a couple they've had in this game.
Yeah, and just clean. After it goes off the net, you have no chance when it just dribbles like that.
They're within two. Oh, got caught.
So he read the first one, but he couldn't put the ball in a better spot than this because it was rolled high.
Newman with that left hand. Oh, the crowd wants it for him, don't they?
They do.
10-7-1.
Game point here. Wright and Kovalova.
Second serve. 10-7-2.
They are not making it easy right now on Matt and Lucy.
7-10-1. Second serve.
Good job by Lucy continuing to apply the pressure. Second serve here for Anna Bright. You see the gradual improvement in the middle of game here with Newman and Bright.
Yeah, Newman's just daring Lucy to go behind him. He's taking another step to the side and another.
Credit Matt and Lucy, though. They have stayed aggressive, haven't they?
They have, and they're going to keep returning, keep Newman off the net, make him make the thirds. Third shot to win game one.
Second serve. 10-8-2.
Anna Bright absolutely perfect on that return.
Yeah, so a cross-court drive. All you have to do is block it behind the opponent. It's crashing middle. Perfectly done. Don't need to take a big swing. Bright does it and gets the ball back.
Newman coming back. Oh, looked like they collided, Dave, but they survived it.
9-10-1.
It's a one-point game. They have battled back. We're tied at 10 with the big speed up cross court from Anna Bright. 4
10-10-1.
game points have already been saved.
Anna Bright comes up swinging.
And the swagger is on full display. No timeout coming from Kovalova and Wright. It's a rare sight.
First game point for Newman and Bright. Oh, little luck that time on game point. And Bright and Newman will take it. What a hard-fought first game.
Yep, first go at it, and we saw that they can gel together when in a big hole. Saved 4 game points. That's going to really make them even harder to beat here in game number 2.
Lucy Kovalova to serve.
Point. One 0-1.
On the flip side, if you're Matt and Lucy, what happened in that last game?
Hey, we had 4 chances to close it out. We didn't do it. Let's get back there again, and let's not feed Riley Newman. That happened a little bit too much at the end. And the way you stop that is hit a lot of balls that he cannot reach that have to bounce, and that is a very small target, but it's one they have to hit. The degree of difficulty on the shot that Riley Newman just hit is absurd.
0-2-1.
And there is a lot of chatter on that court.
Another tag on Lucy that time.
Yeah, I think a big thing for Wright and Newman was they found in this particular match where they needed to position themselves, and that's Bright on the right.
Into the net from Riley Newman. Big smile afterwards.
Yeah, because this is great because they're going to play together tomorrow.
You know, we've talked about Riley Newman's past in the sport of basketball. I would have loved to watch him play. He once dropped 46 on the opposition in high school.
And I'm sure there was no one knowing when he got to 20, 30, and 40. I'm sure he kept it to himself.
He is quite an athlete, isn't he?
Indeed. Yeah, you know, you've mentioned going to the left hand. The ball that he just made in the middle of the court was extraordinary.
2-1-2. Side out.
Yet when you have Anna Bright flying across the court, Newman's trying to protect her in the middle. Kovalova's got to make them try and figure that out.
Second serve.
So the target is that backhand side of Newman. Don't let him get going in the middle with the forehand pancake grip. That's smart choices and strategy.
Anna Bright into the net.
There's a nice step back on, you know, sometimes people let a team get in with a high bouncing third shot drop. You need to punish those. Kovalova did it there.
Couple overheads from Wright. Make it 4 in a row. And is he wide that time?
He is.
Oh.
So after all that, they couldn't do it. And now we're seeing the impact of how defense can be so critical in pickleball. That's just a great fight on the far side. And then you try to do just a little too much and miss it.
Oh, how about this? Oh, man.
Absolutely tremendous from Riley Newman there. We had Kovalova just standing on the edge. They were playing 50%. They were only playing 10 feet at the 20 feet wide there. And Newman won the 1-on-2 showdown. And that was going to hit the JW Marriott logo. And Riley Newman knows it.
1-2-2. Point.
That one goes long. So tied at 2 here in game 2.
2-2-2.
Winner of this match takes on Annalie Waters and Ben Johns on Championship Sunday.
Point.
Yeah, sometimes that topspin, if it hits the net just the right way, it'll propel it sideways, and that's what happened on that ball right there.
Anna Bright coming up with authority.
And the fourth was very tentative from Lucy Kovalova there. You need to pop that and not leave that up, and Bright did a good job of seeing that opportunity.
And that is just a bit wide.
Anguish on Newman's face over there as he tried to curl that in.
2-4-1.
Kovalova's it in? Look like it.
Yeah, so you heard Anna Bright yell out, but she was trying to actually communicate with Newman there. That ball actually landed well in.
Oh, what happened there? Matt Wright was ready. Saw Anna Bright try to speed it up, go to that Ernie.
She tried to sneak in for the Ernie and got a little off balance. It's hard on the backhand side because you don't have the extension of your arm. You got to reach across your body. That shortens your ability to cover.
Tied at 4. Nicely done.
Second serve.
And that's what Riley wants Lucy to do in front of him. Speed it up at me.
4-4-2.
How about Lucy standing right up to Riley and then Matt coming in to finish it off?
That may be what Riley wants, but Lucy said, okay, I'll give you what you want. That's a great exchange with a player that's got some of the fastest hands in the game.
5-4-2.
Vintage Riley Newman.
Yeah, and this is, you know, the specificity of shots that Kovalova has to hit. She's trying to move her dinks around, but if she leaves it up even a little bit in the middle, it sets off the Riley Newman trigger. And that's what movement does. You don't even have to touch the ball, and you've made an impact on a point by him sneaking middle. You want to go behind him, forces the error.
And a bright Riley Newman starting to make their move.
And this is what the comeback looked like in game 1. Newman saying, go ahead, hit it behind me. I'm coming across.
Second serve.
High drive from Bright is crushed.
6-5-2.
Newman and Kovalova going at it. Lucy a little bit off balance.
Yeah, and Bright has done a good job on the right side of keeping Matt Wright out of this second half of game 2 here.
And Matt and Lucy starting to feel the pressure. They've got to have this game. Right now they trail by 2. 7-5 here, game 2.
Yeah, and that's how severe they know this is. They don't call a lot of timeouts, but they did here. And perhaps the result of that will remind them that maybe use them again more and more.
Just a little wide, so a point for Kovalova and Wright at 7-6.
Again, left side of Lucy's body is a place where she's welcoming the ball because that paddle is ready. Great job by her there.
Oh, Matt let that one get away for sure.
He can't believe it because the fact that Anna Bright got the first ball back was extraordinary because Riley Newman let it go at the last second. She picked it up. Newman willpower.
Just long.
Point.
by a fingernail.
Set 7-2.
So it was 7-5 moments ago, just like that. Kovalova and Wright have an 8-7 lead.
And that's the disciplined type of point they need to play here. Keep putting the ball in safe places. Lucy's moving those dinks around. Go behind Riley Newman, and then Matt, when he gets one, let it rip.
Hits it long. Lucy can't believe it.
And that would be an undisciplined choice right there. So gotta wait till you have the right ball. She wanted to go inside out and attack Wright.
Riley Newman right down the middle.
Yep, was very patient on the ball off the tape. Again, Anna Bright, though, held her ground when she was attacked earlier in that rally.
Second serve.
Second serve here. Anna Bright will do the honors. It's 8-all here, game 2. Another point, and now they're 2 points away.
And again, able to find the right side of Kovalova there. That's smart. You see all the returns going to Riley Newman, which they want to keep him off the net and not let Bright drive the ball, but they got to get him deeper.
And that's just long. They needed that. You see Matt Wright, he knew the importance of that point.
Yeah, because that was a ball that he usually finishes.
See if Matt and Lucy can take advantage of the miscue. Lucy able to keep the point alive. Great hands by Matt as well. Oh!
And then a ridiculous sit on the top of the net and roll over. Are you kidding me at this score? Their defense earned them that opportunity. 2 ridiculous gets, and then this one right here. Anna Bright was celebrating as that ball hit the net. Secure that rally, and man, sometimes that net says, no, no, I got you.
Oh, Matt Wright cannot lift it. Still have a second serve coming up here.
Great job by Anna Bright of keeping that ball very shallow to the net and low.
Massive point right here. Ernie, just long. Anna Bright cannot believe it. She thought she had placed it in the perfect spot.
Yeah, she almost got fortunate because that Ernie would have finished the point if it would have been clean.
10-2.
Another game point for these two. But this one's in game 2.
Newman comes up and gets it. Riley finishes.
after Anna Wright is the one that pulls the trigger on game point down. She's not scared, and her partner gets to finish. That's 5 game points, 4 in game 1, 1 in game 2. They haven't been able to finish Kovalova and Wright.
Oh, just couldn't get to it.
Matt checking in with the Arizona faithful, and the ball seems to have gone wherever the remote control is in the couch, so we're going to get a new one.
Another chance here to tie it up for Brighton Newman. Tense moments here on championship court. There's another one. He loves that spot, doesn't he?
He does, and it's Anna Wright that enables him to have that. And it's going to take more than 11 again here in game 2.
Riley Newman coming alive.
And again, it's that 4th ball. So you hit your return, come to the net. You've got to punch that 4th ball, and that volley was high. And here we go, match point.
First match point for Brighton Newman. Kovalova says not today just yet.
Great ball going behind Newman, was selling his soul to go to the right, and he got beat.
10-11-1.
Bright was waiting for it, and she placed it perfectly on the edge.
Again, shot selection and readiness, and Bright was more than ready for the cross-court attack. Paddle up, whipped it right back where it came from.
Dave, I got to admit, been off the tour for several months. First chance to see Anna Bright live. She is a player.
She is tremendous.
Oh, is that long?
Yes.
So you get a Newman miss volley and then miss return. And here's another game point.
Oh, what a shot from Lucy.
Pickleball fans everywhere say, yes, please, give me more of this. And it's this cat and mouse at the kitchen line. Who's going to be able to get in there? Is it Matt? Is it Riley? Can Lucy slide and get it behind him? She did at match point down. This is fantastic.
Hands battle to start. Matt and Lucy able to win it.
Yeah, and Anna Bright again. Ripping balls early in the point, right at Matt Wright.
Riley comes right back.
Yeah, Newman, I think, is definitely thinking about that missed volley and missed return that let Wright and Kovalova take the lead at the end of game 2.
Riley and Anna teaming up.
That's a great fade, and fade again means a slide to the right to just set up the two-handed backhand there by Anna Bright. Just beautiful read and finish.
Oh, it comes over. Still alive. How about this from Bright? Oh, wow.
There's the full Anna Bright package. We talked about what she can do at the kitchen line. That is a very athletic woman. Tremendous gets and fight. They're dangerous.
That is how you win a crowd over.
Yes.
And that's tough. If you're Matt and Lucy, it's almost like you're playing in not a hostile environment, but you clearly know where the crowd wants to go.
Matt doesn't mind being a little bit of a villain here, though, either.
True.
Second serve.
Second serve now for Brighton Newman.
3-1-2.
Little too much on that one for Matt.
So you get amped up, you miss a big swing, now you got to settle back in.
And again, Riley wants that one back.
Yeah, and he was sitting on the forehand, and Kovalova got it behind him. He was able to get his hands there quickly, but not for the next one.
Riley goes for the Ernie, nobody home. Lucy knew it.
That's just a great job. Again, because of where her paddle is, you have to Ernie it almost straight down the line. There's no doubles alley in pickleball. It's a hard spot to find.
Oh, how about that shot from Matt? That was just nasty.
Yeah, I see your Ernie, but I'm going to actually finish mine, brother. See you tomorrow, though. Play well.
Popped up, and an easy one for Matt.
So now it is Kovalova driving balls behind Newman and setting it up, and Matt is absolutely enjoying the repartee with the crowd.
5-3-1.
I think you're right. So comfortable being the villain.
Sun out.
Probably one too many inside-out attacks at the Newman backhand there. It's just a tough ball to keep making this one right here.
Side out.
So side out now, but Kovalova and Wright, they come away with 4 points on that last side out.
Yeah, you would love to get in the next one and switch up 3, because we will switch sides at 6 here.
Second serve.
Look.
So this is where you want to see how connected are Bright and Newman as a new partnership.
Got to pick each other up. Perfect opportunity.
Tremendous job by Kovalova of keeping the pressure on, and again, that's the discipline I talk about. You got to be willing to hit a bunch of these so that Matt can sneak in there.
5-3-1.
Beautiful point.
Just great teamwork. Safe to say, Dave, as Kovalova puts that one away, that Matt and Lucy, probably the mainstay mixed team in the entire game.
They have. They've been there a while, and they're going to be wrecking people in the back draw, too.
One more stop and get rolling. One more stop. Yep. Roll, 5-2.
Matt Wright hits it a little bit wide.
And Matt desperately wanted to make that. He ended the match earlier in the day with a two-handed backhand down the line.
5-12-1.
And the big change here as they switch sides is that Anna Bright is on the left side of the court, and nice Ernie. They use that for defense. Now they're running around in circles like a fun little NFL play, but they are going to keep her there.
Ernie, rather ATP attempt, and Matt Wright, he did hit it. So that will be a point.
So the question was, did it hit the ground before it hit his paddle or his paddle first? Definitely his paddle first here, and that is a point for Newman and Wright.
Fastball coming.
And that fastball was not going to be a strike. It was going to be long, but Bright couldn't get out of the way.
4-6-2.
So 6-4 now, Bright serving. Game 3.
Sun out.
So if I'm Wright and Kovalova, I love the fact that they switched sides. They didn't like what they saw. Now that you've got to put yourself in the position you want. So let's see. They're going to stay there.
Oh, the return is long. Matt and Lucy have seen just about everything. See Matt Wright just waiting for his opportunity. Well, the longer points of this match. Riley makes his move.
And Matt Wright can't believe it. So patient from everybody there. But it is ultimately Riley who handled the attack.
It's long.
Side out.
So they'll get side out Dave here, trailing by 3.
4-7-1.
Hits it long.
So Kovalova chooses to try and go behind Riley Newman, but it's up. Doesn't bounce, you're in trouble.
5-7-1.
Against the net. They are coming back.
And it's Anna Bright who speeds it up low and into the backhand of Kovalova, setting up her partner. What a match.
You can feel the tension building here on championship court. Just a little too much on that dink battle.
Again, discipline, and is it the right ball to pull the trigger on?
6-2.
Newman off balance, able to recover. Oh, wow.
Bright's able to take a ball on her backhand inside out, and not just that, Drew, but down. That's so hard to do. That shot right there.
Just a bit wide for Anna Bright. She wanted that one.
Yeah, the patience and the discipline. Went for the hero shot, didn't make it.
7-1.
Matt and Lucy trying to pull ahead here. Matt rushed it just a bit.
Yeah, and again, on the odd number, Newman and Wright didn't choose to switch here. We'll see if they stay. They do again.
And Lucy cannot lift it over, so not much done on the side out there.
In fact, 0.
7-7-2, 7-7-1.
Matt and Lucy let an opportunity get away. Hannah Brighton and Riley Newman right now with the crowd behind them and the momentum as well. Good decision that time by Riley.
I mean, both guys are trying. You saw Matt tried to speed one up off the bounce before, found the net. You're just trying to pick the perfect spot. Both guys missed on their last try. That won't stop them from doing it again.
Matt Wright once again gets the better.
And Newman and Bright chose to put Bright on the left, and they did not score either. So unlike some earlier matches where there were 0 side outs, it felt like here we've had a bunch recently.
Well, this third game has been a battle.
Point.
And now Matt and Lucy pull ahead.
Hey, 7-1. Second serve.
Hand was in the cookie jar, Drew. And he gives a thumbs up. That's respect there.
How soon before Matt and Riley intervene here? There's Matt. Knew it was coming eventually.
Yeah, and it's Bright that tried something there, and Matt was more than happy to accept.
Yes, ma'am. 9-7-2.
So 9-7, little separation here for Matt and Lucy, trying to keep that momentum going. Oh, Lucy had it, Dave.
And Matt Wright kept them in the point with a terrific block.
Oh, that's where this game is one of inches, isn't it?
Millimeters.
7-1.
She puts that away. It's match point. Instead, 9-7, and perhaps some life here. Not coming back.
Second serve.
Again, playing aggressively, just got to execute it.
7-2.
And a little bit too much on that one.
So can you execute? Can you be disciplined? Can you be patient at crunch time? 2 mistakes from Bright after a million dinks. You want to know why these people and why these top players spend hours dinking the ball? Because of matches like this.
We've really seen those fundamentals of the game come in huge here late.
Yes. You got to trust it.
7-2.
Of course, we love to watch all the flash and dash, but this game can be so basic,
Yes.
can it?
And that's 4 tries at 9 to get to 10 that Kovalova and Wright have not been able to execute.
Oh, Riley can't do anything with it.
Second serve.
What happened there?
Just a great redirect down the line from, I mean, he's looking so hard to his right that you suddenly have to deal with the ball at your left and not ready. And there's the damage of the switching.
8-9-2.
Kovalova hits it long. It's a 1-point game. Wright swinging away. Too much for Riley.
And that first volley just caught the line. Again, dicey, but effective. Fifth try to get to 10 here.
Been stuck on 9 forever. And they're still going to be stuck on it. Second serve coming up.
9-8-2.
Riley tees it up perfectly.
Yeah, Matt Wright tried to be tricky there by running around his backhand. He got a forehand with a ball that's sitting up and then did not get that ball down and outside enough to keep it away from Newman. He's shaking his head thinking about that opportunity.
Big moment here for Brighton Newman. The door's been left open. And here comes Riley, vintage, like he's done so many times today.
Yeah, and there's that fourth ball. That first volley was a little timid from Kovalova here.
Bright, just a little bit short.
She again chose to pull the trigger there, but Matt Wright's just wanting her to do that.
9-9-2.
Oh, what a battle. Yes! Riley tried to come up quickly and make it a short point. Just not enough on it.
So 2 tries for them to get to 10. This is 7th shot at it to get to 10.
Second serve.
Dave, this is incredible.
9-9-2.
Will it be crazy 8?
Saw Matt right there just say, wow. What do we have to do to get point number 10? Oh, a little short. Matt coming right at you. And finally, it is match point for Matt and Lucy.
Both sides were ahead in that rally, and both sides repelled it, and here we go, match point.
Hold your breath. Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova just enough to get by Riley Newman and Anna Bright. What a match, what a moment for one of pickleball's most dynamic pairs.
Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. An insane 3 games have locked up Matt Wright, Lucy Kovalova's spot in Championship Sunday. Guys, the points, the rallies, the 3 games, nobody really knew who was going to win. Maybe not even yourself, as you said to me after the match. How did you pull away with this win?
you know, we just fight, and that's what we do. And it's 1 point in time, and whatever the score is, it's just next point. So I was trying to be positive today. So I was working on that. I was like, let's go, Matt, let's go, because it's, you know, it's a game of momentum. So, and every point matters.
Matt, break this down for me. What was working against this team who is so talented across the other side of the net?
Oh, I don't know. Lucy's dinking in the last game was so good. I thought that was a good pattern for us. You know, I'm always fighting myself out there, wanting to speed up. My hands feel real fast right now, so when they're feeling fast, I like to speed up and initiate, and then have Lucy over there and just grind forehand dinks. And she played great. She carries me like always, and we're just, yeah, we're very happy right now. But that's a heck of a team.
Well, watching you guys compete out there is so relatable for a lot of us because you're going back and forth. You show frustration once in a while with each other, but you ultimately come away stronger than ever. How do you balance being a couple and also being partners on court?
Well, to be honest, it helps when we are winning. So, you know, it's always better. But you just, sometimes we need to remember, so whatever happens on the court stays on the court, and then everything else in life just goes on.
All right, guys, good luck on Sunday. Phenomenal performance from both of you.
So let's see if they can reset and play their best here for bronze.
So Newman and Wright in the near court, Koller and Irvine in the far court. First serve for Anna Bright.
Second serve.
Didn't see one of those in the last match. Just made every one. She tried to cut that one instead of coming over the top of it. That might be the reason. And it's hard to match that energy. Riley Newman, of course, is playing his men's doubles partner. There's a lot of chatter with the crowd. Now you got to create your own energy.
And he hits it wide. Boy, I think you made a great point. Both of these teams unsuccessful in the semis, but the way Jessie and AJ lost to Annalie and Ben, it's easy to throw that one away, isn't it?
It's very easy.
How well can you move on? We're going to find that out here.
And there's some of the partner frustration on the far side as Irvine thought that Koller would be smashing that, and now Koller is willing to give his serve away. A little wry smile there. And you can see Anna Bright trying to pump herself up, pumping that fist.
Second serve.
Second serve now for AJ, for Riley rather.
Yeah, and you see those and you're like, oh, their arms are, it's the legs. The legs are critical to make the thirds. Get your body in position, come low to high.
Oh, Bright just kind of waved at it. Riley was there, but Jessie Irvine cross court.
Yeah, and the rule there, Drew, is if she does wave at it and doesn't hit it, that's fine, but she can't cross the plane of the net or it is a fault. So she stopped in front of that, so no need to call that. And then a beautiful ball by Irvine.
Second serve.
A little sloppy here. I'm not surprised by that, especially for Bright and Newman.
And is that out? Yes, it is.
Yep, off the net. Propels it.
You can clearly see here Newman and Bright trying to shake off some cobwebs.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of some messy thirds here, Drew, and it's a good return to make Irvine scramble over there from her serving position.
That's Loong.
The last thing you want to do if you're Irvine and Koller, you know you have an advantage when this match starts, just from a recency issue of the loss they just suffered.
See if they can take advantage of that.
Koller in perfect position to defend the ATP, just didn't make it.
Anna Bright to serve.
2-3-1.
And again, the big difference with the Irvine and Koller team is Irvine's not going to try and switch to the other side.
Good defense by Anna. AJ needs to do a lot more of that.
Yeah, and you saw him load up the two-handed backhand, and that means pace is coming, but Wright couldn't get the block up.
3-3-2.
Just stays on that side.
4-3-2.
And tag that time is Irvine.
And I can't tell you, for those of you interested in what's happening on that 5th-6th match, that Thomas Wilson and Vivienne David have come roaring back and are up 11-8, again 1 game to 15.
Oh, nicely done, AJ Koller.
Those are the hands that he has. He can find angles. He's got that strong forearm and wrist. We haven't seen one of the classic AJ Koller lobs yet. We'll see one of those here, I'm sure, very soon. Oh my.
Second serve.
Saw AJ struggle with errors in that match against Ben Johns and Annalie Waters.
It looked like he was going to step into a big two-handed backhand rip and then took the hand off the paddle, and just, that was weird.
Popped up. Oh, it's a beauty.
And there is the AJ Koller lob. I was looking for it. Clean winner topspin lob. That's impressive.
Yeah, you are.
Out of the air. Come on, AJ. That's a highlight reel.
4-5-2.
So on the 2 show courts, we got cousins on each side, and then we have a brother and a sister on each side here. So lots of family here in our great sport.
11-8-1.
Anna Bright will chase it down. Boy, you've seen 2 lobs now from AJ. You called for it, Dave.
Yeah, and it's coming. So, you know, AJ's, I'm sure, hoping his cousin Thomas does well, and Riley on the other side is hoping his daughter, or excuse me, his sister Lindsay comes back.
Jessie Irvine doesn't find a spot in the corner.
That is a gorgeous ball as Newman is jumping. She was looking for that shot a lot against Annalie Waters and Ben Johnson. Couldn't find it. That was a perfect threading of the needle there.
Boy, AJ's moving right now, Dave.
And that's the menace that he can be, and he just does that little crab walk right along the tightrope there. He'd be great in a circus. Flying Walenda's flying over his head.
Another lob, that one just out.
Stop it, AJ. He tried 2 in that point, another lob volley. But he has used it to push them off the net. And it is a shot that can be very effective. The key is it's got to look the same as the rest of your repertoire, or everyone will read it.
And a Wright comes up and hammers. It's all tied at 5 here. Game number 1. Also keeping an eye on that match for 5th place.
Yes, 13-10, Wilson and David.
6-5-1.
Anna Bright once again counter punching beautifully.
So that's the challenge if you choose not to switch and you don't have that middle covered, because consistently it had been played a different way.
8-5-1.
Doesn't come over.
What an interesting shot. Riley Newman was about to hit an ATP and then just hit a little dink that confused Koller. And just a second ago, Irvine and Koller were looking good, clean, lob volley, top spin winners, and now they're down 4.
Yeah, Bright and Newman have found something here in this first game. Consolation match for 3rd place here on the Carvana PPA Tour, the JW Marriott Desert Ridge Open, powered by Foot Solutions. Drew Felios, Dave Fleming. We've got men's doubles and women's doubles coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. We'll see if Anna Leigh Waters with Catherine Parenteau, not Anna Bright. So, yes, it's a tryout. I'm not going to say it any other way. Unfortunately, Leigh Waters got hurt, tore the ACL. We hate that. She's having surgery in a couple weeks. She's going to come back better than ever. But in the meantime, 2 ladies are vying for a very, very coveted spot to play next to her. And then can Colin and Ben Johns get there to give Ben a chance at a Triple Crown on Sunday?
Couple great matches going on right now. Newman flying around with Anna Bright. AJ Koller, Jessie Irvine, great defense as well, and Bright able to get the point.
So as you have Koller sitting there in front of you holding that paddle just tilted to the backhand side a little bit, you can get it by his right side, and Irvine wasn't there to fill in behind.
That's going to do it for game 1. 11-5, Bright and Newman, a slow start. Looked like they were suffering from a little mental exhaustion perhaps from that last match, but they get it together.
Yeah, that's impressive, and that's where Irvine and Koller really had an opportunity, and that opportunity is long gone now. They had a chance to get way ahead. Maybe you can just keep them down. Now you have to figure it out. They were not close in their semifinal, and now they have lost a bronze medal match by 6. So can they get connected and find it? That short leash that Jessie Irvine talked about having AJ Koller on, we might want to expand that out a little and see what can happen here. And David, another great run for those 2.
So their day is done. Back to the 3rd place match. Here, AJ Koller, Jessie Irvine in the near court now.
And that's the magic of AJ Koller, to be able to flick a ball. If Riley Newman can't get it with his left hand extended, nobody can.
Oh, how about the Herney? He's got those soft hands, but that time used his athleticism.
Yeah, and the hockey background there, just to be able to have the hands out in front and just bring all you got. I've seen vulcanized rubber coming at me. I'm just fine.
Second serve.
Second serve now coming up. AJ Koller can be so unpredictable on the court, kind of cerebral, don't know how to really read him. And right now he's having his way.
He's a very funny guy as well.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen Chet Subaru, his alter ego out there in the pickleball world, check that out.
Oh. How about this point, Dave? Not going to get there.
Just sensational from all players. Jessie Irvine has one of the best ATPs in the game, and this is able to be stopped by Riley Newman. Koller would have been better served to finish that in front of him, because then the ball wasn't in a place where he couldn't recover. Great ball by Wright to win it. That's some awesome pickleball.
Oh, nicely done by AJ. A little momentum now.
And a little finger wag like Anna Bright. Don't you come in here. Don't you come in here.
Second serve here. Bright and Newman looking for their first points in game 2. And there it is. When Newman goes to that left hand with the paddle, it is really unorthodox.
It is. And his backhand is unorthodox from how he tucks his elbows in, his grip with the pancake on the forehand. That's why pickleball is awesome. There isn't a perfect way to hold the paddle. There's a perfect way for you to do it.
And it's so tough to game plan against a guy with so many options in his tool belt.
Absolutely.
2-1-2.
AJ Koller to serve. ATP, did she get it in?
Yes. You're darn right she did. Best on the women's side for sure. She does a great job. You want to let this ball travel and get low, and that's what she does. So watch the patience, and then rips it low.
Side out.
Jessie Irvine, the former UCLA tennis star. It's been so much fun watching her grow in this game.
Yeah, just an absolute star. I would probably say that's because Jessie hits the ball too hard. That's why we're getting a new one.
All fix her, right?
Absolutely.
1-3-1.
Newman on the run. Oh, another outstanding play by Jessie Irvine.
Yeah, and the Koller chaos is working to keep the Newman Bright squad off balance, and then that's just a great counter from Irvine.
Another point here for Bright and Newman, within one. Well, how about Anna Bright going up against the body?
Yeah, and you saw her take a ball that if it's attackable, she's picking out a specific spot on Koller. That's the right side, and really doing a good job. And I can tell, I know Irvine does not want to switch when they're on odd, and I can tell Koller's frustrated by that.
4-3-2.
First lead for Bright and Newman here in game 2. And now they got it working, Dave.
I mean, that wasn't the short stack of pancakes on the pancake grip. He had to hit 4 or 5 there, but you know, you see Koller reluctantly put down the stay signal, and that's only when Irvine is returning. And you see she goes right up the line.
Did you see that shot from AJ Koller?
I did. It's you see things you've never seen before when he's playing. Like a third shot live.
This generation of players right here, they are redefining the game, aren't they?
Oh, there's lots of shots that have never been hit that are being tried and tricked up on courts all over the country. I love it. We're in our infancy.
Riley finally able to finish that one wide.
ATPs used to be just clean winners every time. Then people figured out how do you defend it. Now it's just another shot.
And that one's long. AJ Koller having fun.
You know, sometimes when you have good manners, you're rewarded. Out, please. Gotcha.
That's in. And Riley Newman, just not enough wheels that time.
That's just a great cut. So when you cut it like that, it's going to spin away from the player that's chasing it down, and now they've got a lead.
Side out.
Side out coming up now for Newman and Wright. Great to have you with us. Thanks for staying with us all day here on the Carvana PPA Tour. Bronze medal match we're watching right here. Tied up once again at 6.
6-6-1.
Not going to get help that time from the net.
No. Great job by Koller pulling the paddle out of there, because I think he could have touched it and that would have been the wrong choice.
Side out. Six, 6-1.
A tremendous lateral movement from AJ Koller.
Yeah, and a great job by Irvine of getting the dink battle in a place that she wanted it, and Koller came in to help finish.
Second serve.
Having a little fun, why not?
This is entertainment after all, and I love when the okay, there we go. I don't think Riley wants to go into the corner boards with this guy, though.
7-6-2.
Love it.
Saw a lot of surprises today, moments in matches, and the way AJ Koller and Jessie Irvine came back and took down Parenteau, Zane Navratil, I thought was a real key moment in the day. That really surprised me.
Yeah, they were in just absolute trauma with how poorly they were playing and came all the way back and won.
Go to that left hand again. AJ there to defend it, and like you said, Dave, the ATP not a given anymore.
No, and a smart finish there, and it looks like Wright and Newman aren't calling timeout. Their lead is long gone, and they're staring at a game point down.
AJ Koller puts the finishing touch on game number 2. So 11-5, 11-6. Both teams splitting the first 2 games. Drew Felios thrilled to be alongside Dave Fleming once again, and now we are headed to a pivotal and final game 3. Anna Bright, Riley Newman in the near court. They won game 1, not the case in game 2. Jessie Irvine will serve here. Oh, how about that shot?
And a look back and a little fist pump for Riley.
2-0-2.
How about 2 in a row, Dave?
Hey, how long is your hand going to stay in the cookie jar? Because I see you. That's beautiful play by Irvine. One with a forehand cut, one with a backhand.
3-0 lead in the blink of an eye. And a Wright trying to fire back. Oh, and Riley ends up doing it.
Koller thought that's 4-0 right there on his paddle. The other big difference right now versus yesterday, Drew, is yesterday you mentioned it was overcast. Today, yesterday, full sun. We had a lot of shadows on the court that were causing some problems. It is definitely colder now as we've gotten later in the day, but that issue is not there.
Second serve.
Can't blame the sight lines for a missed ball now.
0-3-2.
Here's Riley Newman. And that hit long. Anna Bright upset it herself.
Yeah. I heard her say so bad talking to herself. And Irvine's got a little bit of, I like it, a little attitude in her play right here after those two beautiful balls behind Newman.
Oh, great effort by Riley Newman. Just couldn't get there.
And again, that unique style of Koller just commanding the kitchen line.
4-0-2. Or excuse me.
Again, we'll switch sides at 6 here.
Second serve.
Got to thank head referee Alan Roman here for his work in this bronze medal match.
Yeah, referees all day doing an outstanding job, and right there coming into play as they get Riley's foot on the line.
I can see the future.
Is it possible to get Don Stanley's call on my alarm in the mornings?
Yeah. You'll never miss a meeting or a flight ever.
Jump right out of bed. I need that.
Left foot.
Riley got clarification on what foot was indeed called by Alan Roman. It was the left. You hate to switch sides with a goose egg, so this is an important little juncture here.
Oh, finally, once again, the net gods coming into play.
Yeah, a little smile back at Koller. There's been a lot of chirping and banter this afternoon. I love it.
Second serve.
Nicely done by A.J. Koller. I thought we saw the most of it in that match with Matt Lucy against Jay Devilliers and Callie Joe Smith.
Yes.
Oh, how about Riley Newman? But we're still playing here, and Anna Bright has the final say.
Just tremendous foot speed, and then be able to, usually people will run so fast they'll run that ball right past the end line because your momentum of your shot is pushed forward by your body. That's a great job by Riley Newman.
And that's wide. So they got some life here, Dave.
Yeah, we saw Koller try behind the back. Now we got everything going on. I love it.
3-5-2.
And that's going to be long. Pushed it.
So 5-0 to 5-4.
4-5-2.
That's wide from Newman.
AJ had no problem reminding Riley that it's not there.
So two new teams going at it. even though we're playing for third place, how much does this match mean for the future of both of these pairs?
It matters a lot. You know, you'll have a piece of hardware. When I put together the storylines for next tournament, I'm going to say, here are the medalists coming into it. When we look next year, we'll say, here's the teams that got there. Is this the thing that propels you up the podium? You can't do better than third, but third is a lot better than the aluminum medals given out for fourth.
Yep. A.J. Koller saw the opening, knew what to do with it.
Yeah, a little panicky choice there from Anna Bright on the run. Tried to flick it over A.J. Koller, who's happy to see that one.
Wright Newman, they were a point down now. It is tied at 5.
Yeah, and a couple of gifts in the middle of this comeback. A missed return from both Koller and Irvine.
And another unforced error there.
Yeah, because that ball is going to be about a foot wide coming off that. There wasn't enough shape for that to stay in. So we'll see if they can pull it together here. They're down just a point and a big opportunity.
Yeah, clearly that was a big storyline in the short off season, finding the right partner.
And the right chemistry with the right partner, and it may not always be the most talented partner.
And that's it long.
And Anna Bright had to cover her mouth after that ball sailed well wide. You don't want to hit the Carvana PPA logo on the back of the court.
Second serve.
Up against the net, second serve on the way.
5-7-2.
Dave, I want you to craft for me the perfect partner. What do you look for? Characteristics.
7-5-1.
I will answer that as we go here to not talk over the play. You know, I've had this conversation with Casey Patterson, an Olympic volleyball player, and I want a partner that wants me to be at my best, and that is huge.
Riley Newman with the finish.
I want a partner that will complement what I do well, so you don't need two alphas necessarily. I want a talented player, and I want a supportive player more than anything. When it's tough, I want to be there. I want to be in that foxhole with you, and those are hard to find. But when you find it, you want to run with it.
Well said. 9-5 here, 2 away for Bright and Newman. And now 1 away. We've got match point coming up.
10 in a row, too, Drew. Irvine and Koller have had just some colossal runs against them today.
And finally, Jessie Irvine stops the bleeding. At least temporarily. Still another match point. Koller able to get one more at least side out here. They got to do something with this.
5-10-1.
Oh, just a beautiful shot.
Yeah, we saw a lot of winners today going back behind. We saw a ton of those in singles when people take off to the other side of the court. Just go behind them.
Koller sneaks one in. It's 10-6.
Yeah, that's a very ambitious choice for Anna Bright with A.J. Koller just staring that down. The big backswing, he knew what was coming.
Koller's got to be the aggressor here. Inching closer now. They're within 3.
7-10-2.
Anna Wright.
What a great read by her. When you move for an Ernie, you want to wait till your opponent's head goes down to get the ball. So watch her timing here. She goes right when the head is down and finishes. That's perfect pickleball.
Another match point. And there it is. Anna Bright, Riley Newman, perhaps the team of the future in 2023. They're not going to get the championship Sunday, but Dave, a pretty solid showing.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're disappointed in general, but I'm also sure that they're happy to have been able to win that match. It is really hard to dig out of a heartbreaking loss and come right back out on the court and play. And they did it well. So sort of had a stumble there at first, and then they were off and running.
Welcome back, guys. One last time to Championship Court, where we have locked up our bronze medalist, Riley Newman, Anna Bright. Guys, congratulations. You had to lose a heartbreaker in the main to drop back for this match. How did you reset for this one?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough moment when you kind of lose that tight match. I took some personal time. I think Anna took some time to just kind of reflect on the match real quick, what went wrong, what we could have done better. But honestly, we came out not with a ton of energy in that match, but we ended up making a little bit more balls than our opponents. But honestly, the Phoenix crowd, this is my home city, so thank you everybody for cheering. It's good to be back in Phoenix, and so it's awesome to play in front of the home crowd fans.
Well, still an incredible result to get the bronze from an incredibly talented pool of athletes in this draw. How much confidence does it give you guys as a partnership moving forward?
A lot of confidence. I thought we had a really good day all around. The heartbreaker loss to Matt and Lucy, they played amazingly, but it could have gone either way, and excited to just keep playing with Riley, keep getting more and more comfortable with each other, and we're coming for a lot of Sundays. I also want to say thank you to everyone cheering for us. Everyone was amazing, and excited to be back in front of you guys tomorrow.
Guys, this marks the first time at this tournament that we will send the semifinal losers to play out the bronze rather than fall back to the back draw. How do you guys like that? What are your thoughts?
Definitely in favor of that. It's always the worst when if you lose a semifinal, you got to play one more match and then play the bronze medal. I think these days are so grueling. They're so tough. We start at 10 a.m. that, to be honest, no one really wants to be playing at 6, 7, 8 p.m. So if we can eliminate one more match after that semi-loss, it just makes the day a little smoother. But off to Lifetime. I'm going to get a nice ice bath and recover and get ready for men's doubles tomorrow.
All right, guys, that is all from us. Drew, I'll send it over to you one last time.